There we go. How's that? Good. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gord Perks. I am the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 6 to order. Welcome and good morning. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the lands we are meeting on are the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Acknowledging the history of the land we meet on is one of many steps the City of Toronto is taking towards truth, justice, and reconciliation. This Saturday, September 30th, is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. When we recognize the ongoing trauma caused by residential and day schools and remember those who never returned home, survivors, and their families. It is also an opportunity to commit to the process of truth, justice, and reconciliation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in Toronto and across Canada. Today, here at the City, through discussions with the elders and survivors, we are taking time to pause, reflect, and learn about the truth behind residential and day schools, and to remember. I encourage you to take time today or in the coming days to reflect on how you can work towards reconciliation in your own personal and professional life. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at Toronto/Council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all the agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Okay, are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Okay. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the meeting of July 5th, 2023? Councillor Bradford, you were here for that meeting. So I have a motion to confirm the minutes. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, so now we'll do the agenda review. Item 1 has deputants. Item 2 has a deputant. Item 3 has a deputant. Item 4 has a deputant. Item 5, which is, City comments on the province's proposal to return lands to the Greenbelt. Do any members wish to hold that item?
I'd like to hold or ask a quick question of the chief planner or the deputy city manager.
Why don't we just do that quickly? You'll hold it? Okay.
No, I'm happy to ask quickly. It's
just quickly, yeah.
More rhetorical question, but I'd like to ask it anyways. May I, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. So through you, Mr. Chair, we sent a letter to the province, to the Premier, asking that obviously that they not proceed with the decision with the Greenbelt. Was that correct?
Through the chair, Councillor.
Oh, there you are. Greg. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is with specific regard to something that happened before the Premier's announcement of last week.
Okay.
This is an area in Ajax, about 133 acres of land that they had announced would be returning to the Greenbelt. And they posted that on their environmental registry. So this is our comment on that, and we agreed that it should be returned to the Greenbelt. So it's a small part of the larger initiative that the Premier mentioned last week.
Yeah, I got you. And so through you, Mr. Chair, the point I was trying to drive home is that in essence, because we had an opinion on it, I'm just wondering, are we thanking the Premier for that decision that's being made?
We can certainly add our thanks to the submission that we make on this matter, and then we'll further comment.
Hang on, this is turning into a bit of a debate, so I'm going to hold the item in Councillor Thompson's
Sure,
name
yeah.
and we'll return. Okay, all right. I thought that was just a quick clarification, but it looks like it's going to take. Each of us has our own view. It would be a long time to get there for me, for example. Okay, so item 6 has deputants. Item 7, 509 Parliament Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Ward 13. Councillor Nunziata is moving. All in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 6.8, 60 Lowther Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Ward 11. Any holds? No? Item PH 6.9, 822 Richmond, oh, wait a minute.
You adopting the
Yeah.
item 8?
Item 8, so I'm just going to move it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 6.9, 822 Richmond Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Ward 10. I'll just move it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, that takes us to our first item, which is PH 6.1, HousingTO 2020 through 2023 Action Plan, Annual Progress Update. We're going to begin with a staff presentation. Then we have something like 10 registered speakers, and we'll do speakers after the presentation, then questions of staff. Okay? Ms. Bond, the floor is yours.
Very important update on HousingTO. So last year we did not do the update due to the pause in council proceedings. So we're here today to bring this up to date and to share with you where we're doing well and where we need some more work and some more effort. So you'll be fully aware of how comprehensive our 10-year HousingTO plan is, and in the report that you see before you has a comprehensive update for all of the 72 actions and the 13 areas, the themed areas. In addition, though, our report today has 2 enhancements to some major policy and partnership areas. One in relation to the support of new co-op homes. We're very excited to bring forward a potential new partnership with our co-op federation in Toronto, so that's very exciting. And also some streamlined efforts around access to housing, and I'll get into some of those changes later. So the other thing I want of note is on September the 6th, 2023, our new deputy city manager was directed to take another look at our housing targets, and in response to the growing housing and homelessness crisis that we're experiencing in Toronto, to add more housing targets to reflect the ambition of this council. So we're currently looking at increases to our housing targets of 25,000 new rent-controlled homes, with a focus on 7,500 to be affordable and 2,500, a minimum of 2,500 to be rent-geared to income, as well as 17,500 rent-controlled homes. We are in the process as staff of updating the work on this, the implementation, and that we have a report back that it will be due in a matter of weeks at October Executive. So in this very colorful slide, you will see an overview of how we're doing in relation to our HousingTO targets. It's very important to us that we remain accountable for areas of our work where we're on track and areas where we're not. And so you see here on the left, the green, a number of key areas that we are managing to keep up with the progress that's required from us under the HousingTO plan. In particular, I want to highlight a target there around supportive housing, where we have a target for support services for 10,000 residents. And we're at the moment have added 4,700 new support services for residents. So that is something very meaningful as we continue to experience a homelessness crisis. On the right-hand side, you'll see some in orange and red, where we're struggling to deliver on the progress that we had hoped. I will highlight one at the top there, the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. We've had recent announcements, increases in the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. Despite those increases, currently, because these targets were these are measured to the year end 2022, and so are not, to date as of September 2023. We're showing that we're behind. So some of these targets on the red, where you see them in red, further action has continued to happen in 2023, and we're continuing to make progress. But we wanted to make sure that it's noted that everything you're seeing today is correct as of the end of 2022. Okay. Some other important updates that I want to draw your attention to in the report. We have a number of updates related to the implementation of rent geared to income housing. These were updates that were identified for us from the Auditor General and Council direction to look at the eligibility of applicants on the centralized wait list. This is work that has been ongoing for a number of years, and we've been implementing HousingTO and planning with our partners, working with community representatives at shelters and housing organizations to make sure they're aware of the changes and are in a good position to support their clients. Despite currently the extensive outreach that we've done, there are approximately 30,000 households who have not yet registered for the online account. And so they are at risk of having their applications cancelled. I want to be clear, though, that those applicants who are most in need, most vulnerable, like survivors of domestic violence and human trafficking, those people experiencing homelessness, and newcomers who've been here for less than 12 months are exempt from this process. This relates to other people, everyone else on the wait list, and is designed to create a more efficient and up-to-date wait list. We have accelerated and enhanced our efforts to contact those 30,000 and are receiving a lot of feedback about how much more we can do to support those households. It's really important that we recognize if we can't contact people, we can't offer them housing. So we really want people to get in touch and make sure their information is up to date so that we can support them. Another important thing to note here is that should we get past the deadline for registration and people have still not made contact, if they contact us within the subsequent 24 months, we will immediately reinstate them back to their original date. So there is definitely a grace period here when people can get back in contact. I just want to highlight, because we have received a lot of feedback that there's anxiety about this issue, some of the things that we've done to try and contact people. So we have Canada Post letter campaigns. We've done registration workshops at Toronto Public Library. We have used our relationship through grants to 800 plus shelter and community partner agency staff so that they can provide support. We've run community information sessions with partners and councillors' constituency assistants. And also there are more public registration workshops coming at the Toronto Reference Library. We also undertake a media campaign and have including bus shelter adverts, and we're beginning robocalls as well. So we're doing a lot to try and get people's attention on this, and we're continuing to learn from the feedback we're receiving from community about what more we can do. So in turning to our progress now, I'm not going to go through, you have the report, I'm not going to go through all of the things that we have made progress on, but some of this presentation highlights some of the key ones. So in terms of the Toronto Housing Charter, we made an important step forward. Council approved the appointment of the first Deputy Ombudsman of Housing, who will conduct system-level review and systemic investigations into the planning and delivery of our housing services and our overall HousingTO plan. This is a very important step. I'm not aware of any other municipality who has taken this step, and it is mirrored by the commitment at a federal level with the Federal Advocate on Housing to make progress on making housing a human right for everybody in Canada. Most recently, we have established the new Human Rights Advisory Committee, and actually within the last number of weeks, we've begun recruitment to that committee, so that's really great. In terms of our Indigenous partners, as you can see, this one we're showing in red. We've not made enough progress on this particular indicator, despite on the right-hand side there, you can see the number of households who've received the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit and housing allowances, and tenants supported through the PATHS program, and also rapid rehousing. This is an important one for us to make more progress on, but we continue to work with partners like Wigwaman, Thunder Women Healing Lodge, and Name Res on some important projects. And actually in recent months, we were able to launch our Mura program, where we had a substantive response from the Indigenous housing sector. So although this one is showing in red, we have strong partnerships and hope to make more progress on this one in the coming months. In terms of prevention of homelessness, this one is showing green. You can see the amazing work being done by our EPIC team and the support that's being provided to people in supportive housing. We've seen over 300 households experiencing homelessness move from shelter to permanent housing via the coordinated access approach, and also over 600 households move from the central wait list as a priority household into RGI housing. So this is one where we're making really good progress as it relates to the HousingTO plan, but it's also the area where we continue to experience a high demand for this type of housing and a high demand from community for these kinds of pathways. We know that the answer to homelessness is housing, and these are the actions here which help us deliver on that. More investment, more focus is needed, even though this is currently showing in green. The next one is around pathways to support women. Again, this one you can see is currently showing in red. So we have more work to do here. We have made some progress. We have the Housing Pathways for Women and Gender Diverse People Working Group, and with the VAW sector and other organizations that prioritize the welfare of women, girls, and gender diverse people. We did lease 161 Spadina to Thunder Women Healing Lodge to provide important transitional housing for Indigenous women, and also some funding and initiatives for Elizabeth Fry for their work for women and non-binary people at 215 Wellesley Street East. So more work to be done here, and we hope that that working group that we've set up can help us grow partnerships so we can make more progress on this in the coming months and years. So the next one is maintain access and increase access to affordable rents. So here we're showing in red the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit. So approximately 59 households supported. Again, this is showing our progress to the end of 2022, and we know there have been multiple announcements and increases in the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit for 2023. We continue to highlight to all levels of government how effective this program has been to house people in our community, despite the low vacancy rate that we have continued to see. I think there was concern all around that this program would not be effective, and it has shown to be very effective. So we continue to advocate for more funding for that program. And then you can see on the right here the number of new nonprofit homes that we've been able to secure after expiry of the operating agreement. This is in green right now. This will become a growing area of work as there are more expiry of operating agreements occur over the next number of years. The next area is around meeting the diverse housing needs of seniors. This one is an interesting indicator, I would like to remind councillors, I think in the last report that you saw in September in relation to the fiscal strategy that the City Manager's Office brought forward, there was a particular recommendation that highlighted that the city would no longer be able to continue with the redevelopment of long-term care unless there was a substantive change to the way that that is funded by the provincial government. So that is also why you see on the right-hand side this kind of redevelopment of city-run long-term care is showing in red, and we anticipate that staying red unless we see a change in strategy and investment strategy. Number 7, this is around well-maintained and secure homes for renters. So our target is around 2,300 units overall. The most important aspect or the change that was made, I think, in relation to this theme has not yet delivered any new units, but we're very hopeful. That was the new framework for multi-tenant homes, which was approved at the end of 2022, and really will provide a good baseline for the work that we will do to support owners to legalize their multi-tenant homes over the next months, next year when it comes into effect. So there's good groundwork that's been laid for this one that we hope to be able to catch up. This one also highlights MURA-supported agencies have received around $24.5 million in funding, and we have secured around 140 homes, and we anticipate this one also to gain traction over the next number of years. It's proved to be a very popular program with community partners, and they've been very effective at finding and securing purpose-built rental, and then moving towards something more affordable over time. And finally, in this area, I would also highlight our work on tower renewal, taking action on tower renewal, which is the work we do to encourage private owners of towers to invest in them to support climate change actions and also to support affordability, so they're not in a position of having to choose between two of those very important actions. The next indicator is around supporting Toronto Community Housing Corporation and its residents. This one is showing in green. We have a very strong partnership that we developed with the federal government, ourselves, and TCHC, which is delivering on both the new affordable and market homes in revitalized communities. So we're on track so far, but I don't want that to detract from how much more work we have to do on this. We have a number of revitalization sites, which we're gonna need to keep up the momentum on this one. I would highlight that a key change, a key new action that we took was to launch the Seniors Housing Corporation during this period of time. So that is an important focus, a new organization with a focus on seniors that will really help support residents living in the seniors portion of TCHC's portfolio. And then one other thing I want to highlight here, we put on the right-hand side, it's always a good reminder for me and others, the importance of what housing investment does in terms of jobs. So you've got that investment with the city and the federal government creating over 1,300 local jobs in all wards across the city. So housing is investment, not just in terms of the outcome for residents living in it, but as an important part of the economic life of our city as well in terms of good jobs. In terms of the continued revitalization of neighbourhoods, we've made some important strides within this period of time. We've managed, or our colleagues at City Planning have managed to advance the expanding housing options in neighbourhoods, which enables the construction of garden suites citywide. We've continued to grow the number of laneway homes, 140 laneway homes built to date and 318 permits. So that shows you that permits don't necessarily automatically translate immediately into homes, but certainly that's we want to maintain that momentum around a really important type of supply in our communities. And we've also initiated the Beaches East York Missing Middle project to determine, look at feasibility of what we might do in that neighbourhood on city-owned sites. The next indicator is around creation of new rental housing that can respond to residents' needs. So currently, in terms of our overall HousingTO plan, the original target we had was 40,000 new supportive homes. As of September, I told you, or I reminded everybody, that we have a new target that's been set by Council of 65,000 rent-controlled homes. So we have not yet updated this information to reflect those new targets, and we'll be bringing forward, or our DCM will be bringing forward a report to Executive in October that will do that. So what you're seeing here is the progress against our original target of 40,000. So in terms of what we've been able to do, so our cumulative running total of city-led or city-supported affordable homes is at just over 2,900, with just over 16,000 approved for development, but not yet in construction. So you see there an important supply pipeline of a large number of homes that have been affordable homes that have been approved and not yet in construction. And so I think it's important to note, what do we need to move more of those homes into construction? We need a more favorable environment for the development and delivery of affordable housing that includes increased subsidy, favorable interest rates, maybe an easing of inflation in the construction sector. But we continue to track this and think of ways, multiple ways that we can support both our own development on our own land and also our partners, especially our nonprofit and co-op partners, to try and move these projects forward. I would highlight as well, we've had a lot of success through funding support directly from the federal government and operating dollars from the provincial government of creating new supportive homes. And in this period, we were able to create, either through acquisition or conversion, 294 new supportive homes. So again, a reminder, this is the original breakdown of the 40,000. You'll see the targets there for our Indigenous partners, Indigenous-led housing, and also for women. This will all be updated in the report back that the DCM will bring in October to October Executive. So theme 11 is about helping people buy, stay, and improve their homes. So we're on track in relation to the first-time home buyer land transfer tax rebate. And the area we have struggled or continue to struggle is in new nonprofit affordable ownership homes approved. We had an audit report in 2021, and we are working through refinements and changes to our own affordable housing program that we will hope with potential investment that we will likely ask for from other levels of government, that we'll be able to start to increase this number over the next number of years. I would highlight on this one, we are on target with the number of low-income senior homeowners who are assisted to maintain their homes, and still have work to do on the 50 homes that we were able to repair and modify for low-income homeowners. So this indicator is a mixture of things where we're doing well on and things that we need to do, pay more attention to. In terms of the theme 12, this is one that I'm in some ways most pleased with, because the degree of challenge that we've had of creating new systems and improving the degree of accountability and transparency that we have on our progress and how we share that with yourselves and also residents. The team have worked really hard. We were able to launch the Housing Data Hub earlier this year, which is a centralized, a publicly accessible source for housing information. And then most recently, we launched our HousingTO dashboards to highlight progress on the 10-year targets. This is still a work in progress. This area, we've made massive steps forward, and we have more to do on this. But I'm very pleased that we've been able to enhance the degree of accountability that we have for both council members and the public. Area 13, this is about enhancing partnerships, and intergovernmental strategy. Not too much to say here, but it is one of the areas that we put most of our effort into. The delivery of our HousingTO plan necessitates a deep and meaningful partnership between all levels of government to really respond to the housing crisis that we experience today. To date, as of the end of 2022, we've been able to secure $3.3 billion in capital and operating funding from the federal and provincial governments to deliver our plan. And in terms of the plan, as it was costed earlier in the year in budget 2023, that plan stood at around $33 billion in terms of cost. We are in the process of updating the costing in relation to that plan, and will likely have more to report back on later in the year. Certainly a number of factors are affecting the cost: construction inflation, changes in interest rate rises, labor costs, the restriction of equity that's available at the federal level. There are a number of factors that are really affecting both the overall cost and what each level of government is able to bring to the table. Finally, I just want to say that partnerships continue to be very important to us, especially in this period of constrained financial investment on housing, that we were able to host our first Toronto Housing Summit, bring together these kinds of partnerships and having conversations with Indigenous partners, academic institutions. We're always learning about new ways to do things and always uncovering new partners who can help us deliver on this overall plan. And that's how it should be. And we hope to continue to take more actions on that partnership front in the months and years to come. I touched on this a little bit already, but this relates to the current costing and estimates that we have for our 10-year plan. These were shared earlier in the year during budget 2023. The cost stands at around $33 billion. This will have changed. And it continues to iterate as we look at all of the assumptions that go into the overall cost to deliver, and also what each level of government is contributing. In terms of the city contributions, much of our contribution comes from the investment of land. The land that we put forward and make available for affordable housing development is critical. It's a critical part of our investment. And it unlocks, actually, the other levels of government to come to the table. If we don't have land to bring to the table, there's nothing to hook other levels of investment onto. So our land contribution is significant and meaningful, both in terms of dollars, but also the part that it plays in bringing the other levels of government to the table. So I just want to go into some detail about our affordable housing access and RGI program requirements. So if we can go to the next slide, thank you. So in terms of affordable housing access, there's been a recommendation for us to develop and implement a centralized affordable rental housing access system. And in 2022, we were directed to leverage this system we use to allocate RGI for affordable rental homes and develop a new hybrid methodology to leverage the new affordable housing waitlist, as well as random draws. So we got some clear direction about how to move forward on this. So we're reporting back that this report enables us to align our affordable housing program rules with RGI for consistency, so enabling it to be easily used by both housing providers and applicants. This new system we anticipate to be operational either at the end of 2024 or early 2025. So we're in the procurement and design stage at the moment, and we've had some important direction on what council and the public want to see delivered as part of that new system, integrated system. I want to provide some important updates in terms of affordable housing, specifically as they relate to this. So important to say that an area of interest is the income thresholds that are needed to access affordable housing. So in order to be able to access affordable housing through this new portal, we're recommending that applicants be able to demonstrate that their income is at least 100% of the annual rent required, and that applicants can connect through that process, they're able to quickly connect to the available units that they can afford. This new portal, this new process is designed so that people can see the units that they are wanting to live in, the areas of the city they want to see, and the units that they're eligible for. It's an important aspect of the system that's integrated. In terms of the asset limits, we're requesting authority to implement asset limits for affordable rental and ownership housing, should we decide to move forward on this. The asset limits are a provincial requirement already for our RGI program. In terms of a single offer rule, so we're recommending implementing a single offer rule for this program. This would only apply to units allocated chronologically and not those allocated through a random draw. And a single offer rule is a provincial requirement for the RGI program, but we're just mirroring, where possible, the approach on the affordable housing side as well. In terms of application dates, we're recommending that we align application dates for RGI and affordable applicants. And this ensures existing RGI applicants keep their original application date when applying for affordable housing. It makes it easier for them and us in terms of managing where these systems overlap and where an RGI applicant maybe is still on the wait list for RGI, but may want to put themselves forward for affordable housing as well. It makes it much easier for us to manage that system. Okay, in terms of the asset limits for RGI, in March of 2022, there was a new regulation under the Housing Services Act requiring us to implement income and asset limits by July 2023. So we brought a report forward in 2022. And so this report provides an update on those modified RGI asset limits, aligning them with other service managers in Ontario. So in terms of revising the asset limits, this enables households to accumulate financial assets and improve their circumstances while also continue to be eligible for RGI assistance. So we are recommending a larger asset limit than we originally anticipated of $150,000 per household for both individuals and households with more than one member. And one of the reasons for this is brand new regulation. We actually don't know how this is going to impact people on our centralized wait lists. So rather than bring in a lower limit, which would then exclude maybe a larger number of people immediately, we want to introduce a higher limit, collect the information about what households assets actually have, and it may be in the future through discussion, further report back to council, we bring that limit down, but this means that we're not destabilizing people on the centralized wait list without very much data to go on. So we've set the limit higher so that we can maintain stability, knowing that we can always come back and reduce that limit if necessary. And here you see the recommendations in relation to those asset limits and aligning the choice-based system to the affordable rental housing program, and also establishing income limits for affordable rental housing. The next section is a very exciting area of work for us, a potential MOU with our Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto. We're hoping to enter, subject to your support, a memorandum of understanding with the Co-op Housing Federation with really 3 key areas of focus: to preserve existing co-op homes, to look for opportunities to intensify sites, and to modernize the governance structure of co-ops. This MOU is critical at this time because we are all with anticipation for the new federal co-op program, which we've been anticipating for some time. So this MOU is designed to position us in partnership with our co-op colleagues in the best way possible to take advantage of that new federal program once it becomes available. And we've been working closely with our co-op partners on the terms and conditions for this MOU. And we hope to, engage not just with our co-op colleagues, but also with our nonprofit housing providers to bring forward a community housing modernization and growth strategy, which is more fulsome, dealing with both co-op and non-profit partners that we hope to bring forward or back to Planning and Housing Committee later this year. In terms of the MOU, we're targeting 2,500 new affordable nonprofit housing co-op homes by the end of 2033. These homes will have a long-term commitment of affordability for a minimum of 49 years. Our preference is 99 years, but there are some tax implications that we sometimes need to work through with our partners. We will look to waive all fees and charges associated with the delivery of this type of housing, and also waive property taxes for whatever period of time the homes are secured for, subject to further approval by council. That is not something you're approving today, or you would not be recommending for council today. We will also be looking at how we prioritize the planning for these homes, acknowledging that at least 20% of them will meet or exceed accessibility standards set by CMHC. That's important both to ensure that we have co-op homes that are accessible, but is also an important criterion accessing financing and funding from other levels of government. We're also excited, the Co-op Federation have set up a new development company, and so we're proposing to provide a grant of $500,000 for both supporting pre-development work and also capacity building for the sector. And I think this next slide highlights that. So it will be $100,000 to the Co-op Federation, one-time funding for to support capacity building for existing co-ops. So it's important that we, although we're aiming to deliver a larger number of new co-ops, that we support the organization that is there for the existing sector as they face uncertain times as well. So this is a one-off capacity building grant for their work that they do to support changes in governance, challenges that people might have in terms of declining building conditions, things like that. So an important piece of our work is not just to think about new, but always how we stabilize the existing sector. And then the next recommendations highlight the $400,000 grant that we're proposing to the Co-op's new development company. And this is really important because this will set them up to be in the best position to apply for the federal money when it becomes available. So this is a brand new company. They have great vision of how to grow the co-op sector, and they need our support to get this off the ground. So we're pleased to recommend this today. And I think that's the end of our presentation today, and we'll be happy to answer questions later after the deputations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, give you a second to clear out. We have a number of deputants on this item. The first is Tom Clement. Hi, Tom. Long time no see. How are you today? I'm well. I'm well. You know the drill. Settle in. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you for this opportunity. As many of you know, my name is Tom Clement. I'm the Executive Director of the Cooperative Housing Federation of Toronto. And of course, we absolutely support this proposal. I wanted to give you a little bit of background. And as Abigail mentioned, we've been working very closely with the Housing Secretariat, Abigail, Valessa, Doug, all these people that we work with in the different aspects of our work. A lot of this is about development, so I'll try to quickly go through where we're at right now, because in essence, we haven't had funding for development, so we've been putting it together. Currently, we have one of our member co-ops donated the land, and the city came on board. Councillor Paula Fletcher has been instrumental in bringing a number of things together. And we are now 3 months away from having 26 units ready for occupancy, so it would be in January. For the last 22 months, we've been working on a major site at the Kennedy subway station. There'll be we got the site through HousingTO. There'll be a private sector condo. We have a partnership with the company, but a great interest to us, and we've been working very hard on this, and we've already reached an agreement with HousingTO. We will create 2 co-ops totaling 600 units of co-op housing. That will be the largest grouping of co-ops since the 1990s. And we're in a period where we're doing due diligence now, and we're working with all levels of government. So that we remain very optimistic about this. We've passed every test, and we plan to pass whatever other tests are happening. We know, because we're the Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto, the demand for housing, because people phone us, email us, they're in contact with us constantly, looking for a place to live. So this will be a key site for us. People are coming to us with sites, developers are coming to us with small sites, nothing big, but nonetheless, real sites. And we have 5 relatively small development opportunities, probably averaging about 30 homes each. So we're on the way. This grant would give us the capacity to work on these sites. People want to work with us. We also work with a couple of other land trusts, but I'll tell you a little bit about our experience here. It's clear to us the commitment of this city. We get calls from Barrie, we get calls from Ajax, we get calls from York Region, we get calls from Mississauga. We're getting calls from everywhere. But this city has worked very hard to put together a number of things that do make housing possible. And it's clear to me that this city is doing the heavy lifting. So CHFT, we have a rich history. We're 49 years old. We'll be 50 next year. It's a milestone. But during those 49 years, we've created 60 co-op developments, a little bit more actually. And those are in each and every decade, starting with the 70s, regardless of what programs were in vogue, regardless of which levels of government were involved, we managed to create new co-op housing in each of those decades. There's probably a lot of things that councillors know, but there may be some things you don't know about CHFT. We have 156 housing co-ops in our membership in Toronto, not the Toronto area, in the city of Toronto. And we have co-op housing in 23 of our wards. We also have the largest land trust, co-op land trust in North America. Our land trust dates back to the 1980s. That's been worked on during my career at CHFT. And with our land trust in the city of Toronto, we lease 26 properties to housing co-ops. So that's a major land trust that we have. There's already 4 of our housing co-ops in the land trust that have paid off their mortgage. They're mortgage-free. That's a good position to be.
Tom, I'm going to have to ask you for your final thought now. You're at time.
I'm almost there, I swear. Okay, 4 co-ops. So we are now in a position to look at revitalization and intensification of those sites. Done.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Tom, you have a question, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Tom, good morning and welcome. The address you reference Kennedy Station.
Yep.
Is that 2444 Eglinton Avenue?
Yes.
And can you maybe just enlighten me, because neither your organization or HousingTO have spoken to me about this 2 new cooperative co-op that you're planning to build with 600 units. Maybe can you just enlighten me a little bit more in terms of the amount of space that's going to be utilized on that site?
Yeah, my colleague Ron Strice is here. He might be in a better position to answer this question. Oh dear. Put you on the spot, Ron. Come on up.
Sure, thank you.
Sir, we were selected by HousingTO to develop the site, and we are in the process of putting together a sketch of what we're doing. We'll have that in the next week or 10 days, to share with councillor, city staff. But basically, it fits the requirement, which is 300 units of condominium, 300 units of market rental, and 300 units of affordable rental. The co-op will be a mix of market and affordable rental in each co-op.
Thank you very much for that. I'm curious, though, because we currently have some challenges in the community now with respect to the number of buses that are being utilized to traverse the area because of the derailment of the SRT and the transition that has taken place. And nonetheless, if it wasn't derailed, November 19th was going to be the end of it. There has been a tremendous amount of congestion at Kennedy Station and so on, and so we've had to find alternative locations with respect to the bus queuing and so on. That site is being utilized, a portion of that site is being utilized now. The plan calls for some 7 or maybe up to 10 years of bus traffic and transitions through the area. Where will the buses be able to stage if in fact you're proceeding with respect to developing on this site, given the timelines?
This site is not currently zoned for what HousingTO proposed and we propose. So we're going to have a lag of about a year, let's say, to pick a number.
So I appreciate that. I'm aware of that.
And it's obviously, it's a work in progress. Our understanding is that some arrangement will be made for the for those who are not familiar. The property was a city parking lot and has been taken over by the TTC for their buses. Our understanding is that there will be some arrangement being talked about a year and a half or a year from now, so that the site will be available for development.
Those are all my questions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Tom? Jamal? Or Councillor Myers, sorry.
Thank you.
Rookie mistake on my part.
Through the chair. So just want to start off by saying we've been in discussions with TTC about that very issue that Councillor Thompson has raised, and the TTC has assured us that the staging of the temporary bus terminal will not interfere with the eventual construction of the housing. One question I did have, though, is what was the experience getting to this stage? I know you had sort of explained that it took a long time to get here, and I'm just wondering if you have any lessons learned in terms of getting from how we could speed up the process in the future now that we have this ambitious target.
Well, I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. We had a 2-hour in-person meeting with the HousingTO people, and we got a lot done in 2 hours as opposed to months of Zoom calls. And I'll shut up at that point.
Okay. So is there anything you would like, sort of taking those lessons learned, is there anything that we could do as a city to help you keep this project on track?
Well, I think the city has shown good leadership on this. It's unfortunate that the provincial government we have not allocated any money from the provincial government for this project. The city is going 100 miles an hour in terms of trying to address this issue. Obviously, there's some small things along the way. You know, once we have a plan and make sure that we're not doing stupid things, advancing the zoning sooner than later would be helpful. But I think generally we've been pleased with the support the city has put forward to try to make things happen. It's never easy.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Oh, Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Tom, you mentioned that you applied for the grant, right? And the
Pardon me?
grant that you're receiving the grant from the city, correct?
Yes.
Right. So have you also applied to the federal government when the funds are available?
Yes.
Or are you waiting for the funds to be available?
Well, right now, we're trying to build capacity. We know there's a program in the distance, but we've approached foundations. We're getting support from them. We also received money from credit unions, things like that. So we're not going to the city as our sole source, because we're going to have to build an organization essentially. But the federal government, we've had talks with them, and there's something called the Transformation Center, and we're applying to that. And we're confident that we're going to get that money. And so again, several different sources of money that we have that will easily match what the city does. And then
So, yeah, okay, so what happens if you're not able to access those funds from the federal government?
Well, that'll be part of the discussion with the city, but already we have $300,000 committed already. We have another a couple of $100,000 that's in process. We applied to a foundation. It's a two-stage process, and we're on the second stage. And the Transformation Center we're very familiar with. So I'm confident that we can do that. And if we can't, we'll come up with a plan B.
Okay, and you also mentioned when you made your deputation about the number of co-op housing that we have in the city. What was the amount again?
156.
156. So the 156, are they on city land? Any of them on city land?
I'm only going from memory here. As I mentioned, it's mostly land owned by the co-ops. 26 are owned by the land trust, and 16 we lease from the city. So that's the position we're in right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you both so much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Deputant I have listed is Jennifer Jewell. I understand Jennifer's online. Good morning, Jennifer. Can you hear me?
I can. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I am a 53-year-old disabled woman, recently housed, and I am here to talk about the insurmountable barriers in trying to acquire wheelchair-accessible housing and how the requirements for the new housing list are detrimental to that effect. The new digital-only system violates the AODA, the OHRC, the City of Toronto's corporate accessibility policy, and your digital infrastructure plan. These policies exist for a reason. We are that reason. I lost 30 years of my life trying to survive in non-accessible spaces, almost 20 on the list. I spent 2 years trying to navigate a shelter system that refuses all accessibility accommodations, city staff who believe that disability is a choice, and housing workers who tried bullying me into accepting basement apartments. So that list is my lifeline. It is my hope. You are about to deal death and despair to the human beings on that list whose lives you do not value. The new system you transition to does not even provide basic TTY or TTT services for housing applicants that are hard of hearing or deaf. The online portal for booking an appointment for in-person meetings does not provide any options to request needed accessibility accommodations. These are very clear examples of your continued refusal to include and accommodate the disabled community, although we exist in every demographic across this city. We are not included within the 7 groups eligible for priority access housing, and no one is building fully accessible housing for us. I was housed in an apartment considered by the city to be fully accessible, although everything in my apartment is at standing height. So to knowingly implement a system that is going to result in the removal of literally tens of thousands of people who were so inadequately housed as I was and continue to be, as well as all of the people who have nowhere to call home, who are unsafe in the shelters, who are fleeing war or violence, who are being moved from park to park, is egregious, is inexcusable, and a gross violation of our rights as living, breathing human beings. Do not take away our only hope and continue to enable a system that excludes by design. This system is not accessible for me. I can't even access my online application, and neither can your staff. One spent 40 minutes trying. I have missed important notifications because email is not an accessible means of communication for me, and every time I call, the system has told me that the queue is full and then disconnects the line. And now I'm out of time. This system excludes and negatively impacts every community across the city. Everything you decide here has consequences. Everything you do here is on record for our future generations. The corporate accessibility policy for the City of Toronto states that you must take our individual needs into account where a uniform response is inappropriate, that you must identify, prevent, and remove the barriers disabled people face to ensure that we can obtain, use, and benefit from these same city services and facilities that non-disabled people do. Your own digital infrastructure plan mandates a system that will be used to create and sustain equity, inclusion, accessibility, and human rights, be flexible, adaptable, and responsive to the needs of all Torontonians, including equity-seeking groups, including those with accessibility needs. How many of the 34,000 people on that list are disabled, or Indigenous, or Black, or queer, or trans, or moms, or dads? How many of them are unhoused? A lot of people, including myself, are only able to continue fighting for our survival through the daily trauma enacted upon us by decades of governmental policy because of that list. I would ask the City of Toronto how many of the housing units built include accessible housing and how you define wheelchair accessible housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any questions for the deputy? No, seeing none. Jennifer, thank you so much for taking the time to share that with us. The next deputy I have listed is Melissa Goldstein. Melissa, are you with us? Melissa, I see you're connected to the meeting. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I just had to unmute.
Okay.
Good morning, councillors.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I have a lot of concerns about the progress of the housing plan, including issues with the online waitlist that the previous deputant just detailed, and some of which I've written about in more detail in my written submission. But right now, I'm only going to be able to cover a couple key issues here. I'm concerned that the city continues to delay initiatives to preserve rental housing affordability and prevent tenant displacement and homelessness. Initiatives like the rent eviction policy and measures to support the legalization of multi-tenant houses. And I'm also concerned that the city is failing to acknowledge its role in potentially worsening the housing and homelessness crisis and its responsibility in preventing such negative outcomes. What we're looking at, I think, is a significant loss in the supply of more affordable rent-controlled housing and the displacement of thousands of tenants into a rental market that has few, if any, units available that tenants can afford. A year ago, the council approved the framework to legalize multi-tenant housing. In spite of council direction to report back on plans and resources needed to preserve existing housing and prevent tenant displacement, there's been no update on what the plan is to ensure that legalization doesn't result in the loss of thousands of rental rooms and the displacement of thousands of low-income tenants into homelessness. And the only budget asks so far have been for enforcement officers. I'm quite concerned that the new licensing bylaw will come into effect in March 2024, and none of the critically necessary programs to prevent rooming house loss and prevent tenant displacement will be in place. There's a high risk here of losing the last of the private market housing available to very low-income people without a rent subsidy, and there is a very high risk that hundreds, if not thousands of people will lose their homes. This is particularly problematic given that there's nowhere for these tenants to go except the sidewalk. This is the last of the housing in the city that is affordable to these tenants, and the shelters are full. The city needs to ensure that the following initiatives to preserve existing multi-tenant housing and prevent tenant displacement are funded, developed, and ready to be implemented by March 2024. Alternative methods for meeting multi-tenant house code requirements, a code compliance renovation program for multi-tenant operators, the housing at risk table, and grandfathering or an exemption of residential care facilities. The city also desperately needs a displacement prevention strategy because these multi-tenant house tenants are far from the only people at high risk of being displaced into a rental market with no housing they can afford. And the city is actually making the situation worse through the unintended consequences and efforts to improve public transit and solve the housing crisis. Which brings me to another issue that that deeply concerns me, which is the loss of rent-controlled and rental housing and tenant displacement. The redevelopment of purpose-built rental properties and property redevelopment as a result of transit development induced in EHON upzoning related land value inflation are effectively reducing our rent-controlled and therefore our affordable or more affordable rental housing stock and inflating demand for the reduced number of units available as the thousands of tenants who had been occupying these properties are forced from their homes. While these redevelopments will ultimately produce more housing than currently exists, the housing will be market rate housing without any rent control. In properties of six or more units where rental replacement requirements apply, the replacement units will be affordable for 10 years, which simply represents a delay in the worsening of housing affordability and in the destabilization of tenants' housing. There are 1,713 units in buildings that were approved for demolition in the past 2.5 years, and 1,753 units that are going to be replaced in the new development. City open data isn't capturing the unit size or the number of tenants affected, even though they have that information. And the auditor made it clear recently that during that 10-year affordability period, the city is not actually doing its oversight role to ensure that those units stayed at the agreed upon rent levels. So while the city says affordable rental housing is being preserved, each project likely actually represents a loss of affordable units and the worsening of housing affordability. And at least it will 10 years after that affordability period is over. One of the actions the city committed to in the housing plan was a review of the city's rental replacement requirements. And this hasn't been done yet, but it really needs to happen. The shift to tenanting units through the centralized access system creates an opportunity to track units and not just tenants. But the system isn't being designed for that purpose as far as I know, so it's a missed opportunity. And then there's the EHON initiative. Staff analysis undertaken has not looked at the potential impact of proposed zoning changes on renters or existing rental housing affordability. City planners have persistently ignored the fact that the rental properties that will be impacted will not be subject to the city's rental replacement requirement and tenant relocation assistance
Melissa, I have to
requirements,
ask you to wrap up now. I'm
Yes.
sorry, you're at your
Okay.
5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I will leave it there. I just think that a displacement strategy is critically important at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Melissa? Seeing none, thank you for sharing that with us today. The next deputant I have listed is Riley Vignonpa. Riley? Riley, are you with us online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
All right, thank you. Hi, I'm Riley. Thank you to the speakers who went before me. Like them, I have concerns with the details of the housing plans of this city. In short, the new My Access to Housing TO system is not good enough, and action needs to be taken immediately to ensure that 34,000 people are not kicked off of the RGI housing waitlist, many without even knowing that they have been kicked off. There are many issues with the new system. One is the technological barriers built into the online-only system, which make it so that people without reliable access to a phone, the internet, or a computer cannot apply for housing, reapply for housing, or participate in the ongoing choice-based process that is required for them to eventually receive housing. There need to be adequate resources, including low-tech options, to facilitate access to this new system by all people. Another issue is the under-resourcing of support services that exist to help people navigate the application and choice-based processes. Another is inadequate call center support. Another issue is how the new system encourages bidding fatigue. Bidding fatigue is exacerbated by many aspects of the new process. For instance, applicants are not allowed to know where they are on the wait list, even though their place on the wait list determines who will be chosen to receive available housing. Repeatedly being rejected while not being given any information on how close they are to getting housing, and dealing with the financial, emotional, and intellectual burden of the choice-based process is and will be demoralizing for many people who are dealing with all kinds of other problems already. Therefore, caseworkers should be assigned to interested applicants in order to facilitate the processes and help them navigate any hurdles. There are also several problems with the rollout of the new system. First, the notification through letter mail, which leaves out people who no longer live at the address on file. A public awareness campaign should be launched to address this, and the city should be reaching out to people through all available means of contact. The second issue with the rollout is the fact applicants are required to re-upload documents to the new system. There should be an available process for transferring documents for people. I repeat, if someone has not uploaded their documents to the new system yet, that should absolutely not be used as an excuse to kick them off of the wait list. If someone is hard to reach, that could very well be an indicator of their need of housing, and the city should continue finding creative ways to get in contact with people. There is more. There are more problems with my access to HousingTO, and there are more solutions and people who want to talk to you about those solutions. Councillor Perks, in your land acknowledgement, you implied that you care about Indigenous people, and I want you to ask yourself how many of these 34,000 people you think are Indigenous. Please engage with us. We want to talk about this, and please don't let 34,000 people suffer because of more failures in the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Riley? No? Riley, I have a question. You listed a number of issues that you or people you know have had with the online system. Would you be willing to get in touch with me and go into some of those in more detail?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll get that organized. Those are all the questions I see for you. Thank you very much for sharing that with us today. The next deputant I have listed is Stefan Goslinski. Stefan? Stefan, I understand you're online.
Hi, yes.
Welcome, Stefan. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to start by just seconding everything that my previous deputant, Riley, just said. I agree with everything she said, and I think I appreciate your Councillor Perks' interest in meeting or speaking with her further, because I think that there are a lot of solutions that people are trying to bring forward and are having difficulty being heard. I'd also like to speak to the transition to a purely online system for RGI housing applications. And I'd like to start by saying that I do appreciate the work of the people who are working on the HousingTO plan. I got to say that was quite the extensive presentation. It seems like there's a lot of really good work that you're trying to make happen with maybe limited support, particularly financial support, which I think we're seeing in a lot of these areas having to do with housing across the city. I also want to appreciate the variety of methods that the team has used to reach people on the list. But I think at the end of the day, the fact is that if there are still 34,000 households that are not being reached, then the methods are just not working. And I don't think it's time to move forward. My recommendation would be that we need to take a step back and incorporate some of the feedback that's been coming in. It seems that there might be some plans to already do that. Not to take up any more of your time, I just want to close with some demands from my colleagues at the Shelter and Housing Justice Network, which I'm sure have been reiterated many times through the deluge of comments that are on this case. First, that the removal of the September 30th deadline until the city has a clear infrastructure in place to effectively transition the many existing RGI applicants to the online system, including the 34,000 applicants on the waitlist who have not yet registered. I think that is my main point in this one, is that if nothing else, we need to cut that deadline now before more people fall through the gaps. Secondly, that the My Access to HousingTO online system needs to be consistent with the working principles of Toronto's digital infrastructure strategic framework, the Ontario Human Rights Code, and the right to housing, and must follow Toronto's housing charter. Third, we need a fulsome review and overhaul of the My Access HousingTO to bring it into alignment with these policies. And fourth, the development and implementation of a clear, fair, and well-communicated appeals process for anyone who is removed from the RGI waitlist. I will leave it there. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Stefan, thank you for coming or getting online and sharing that with us today. The next deputant I have listed is Daryl Chong. I see you, Daryl. How are you today?
I'm well. How are you? Good to see you in the new chair. How do you like it?
You know what? It's kind of comfortable.
Yeah, the perspective is different.
Okay. Daryl, you've done this before. You've got 5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Perks and committee members. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak before. Just to remind you, the Greater Toronto Apartment Association represents the owners and managers of more than 150,000 units of multi-family purpose-built rental housing in the GTA. Most of those are in the City of Toronto. I carefully read through the annual report and note that the Housing Secretariat's opening message acknowledges that the housing system and supply shift is now required to adequately address the housing challenges experienced in Toronto. I think I'm echoing. And that scale and complexity of our national housing crisis have continued to grow, resulting in unique and growing local challenges for Toronto. The report identifies lots of opportunities. To say multi-pronged would be an understatement. I think there were more than a dozen different prongs, which really highlights the complexity of housing millions of people in our city. It also shows that there isn't a single magic solution, that each prong creates an opportunity. With lots of different paths, we stand a better chance of reaching our goal of remedying this crisis, with everyone working together on various aspects in a multi-pronged strategy. I was a member of the Housing 2030 Action Plan Task Force and on the Rental Housing Opportunities Roundtable, and appreciated those opportunities to share some perspectives from purpose-built rental housing providers on these two groups and on many other groups that the city has. Broad collaboration is essential in tackling this situation that took many decades to create. The report includes lots of data, and in it, it states that there are nearly 560,000 rental homes in Toronto, of which 46 are in purpose-built rental apartment buildings. 2/3 were built between 1960 and 1979. This increases to 90% when you include the units that were opened before 1960. So yes, 90% of our apartment stock is more than 44 years old. In Toronto, there are more units that were built before 1960 than have been built since 1980. It speaks volumes to the size of the deficit we're in. We need significant new rental production, not reduction, to reduce the average age of our inventory. We need to make the average age of these buildings younger. And the only way to do that is to add a bunch of new buildings now. Some good news in the report, it also highlights that despite this age, that in 2022, the average rent-safe apartment assessment building score in Toronto was 81%. Earlier this year, Toronto's Rental Housing Opportunities Roundtable studied these issues and identified some opportunities to increase rental supply. It stated that with the Canadian immigration target set to rise to 500,000 annually by 2025, and a significant share likely to settle in Toronto, that a cross-governmental approach that works in concert with Indigenous, nonprofit, and private sector parties is necessary to tackle the massive rental housing and affordable housing backlog. Purpose-built rental is a huge and important part of our housing system. With the high entry costs of home ownership combined with high borrowing costs, more rental options are required. Attention and action are needed to progress the rental projects that, even though they're shovel-ready, currently stuck due to macroeconomic conditions. In May, Council adopted the HousingTO Progress Update report, which recommended urgent actions for all orders of government to unlock purpose-built, affordable, and market rental housing supply in all neighborhoods across Toronto. So city support was also approved to unlock these sites with current challenging macroeconomic and legislative climate. The recent exemption of GST for new purpose-built rental announced by our federal and then followed by our provincial government is welcome news, but also illustrates the urgency. Additional exemptions or discounts are needed to counter the high interest rates and increased construction costs. Now is the time to piggyback on the federal and provincial assistance and to reactivate and to spur rental construction. EHON, which is on a different report later today, is welcomed as a creative initiative that is results-oriented. We look forward to collaborating with the city to advance the concept into policy over the next few months. The report's proposed MOUs with the Co-op Federation are also welcome news in addressing their upcoming challenges and attempts to increase the stock of co-op homes. This housing type is similar to most of Toronto's apartment buildings in age and construction. We share a lot of common challenges. The report details broad collaboration in a multi-
Darrell, I hate to interrupt. You're at your time?
Yes. Just say,
finish your
we
thought.
wish to be part of the solution and to build considerable new rental housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Darrell? No? Thanks a lot for coming down today.
Thank you.
Next, I have Lindsay Jennings. Lindsay?
She's actually not going to show up.
Okay. I understand Lindsay's not going to be deputing today. Kate Francombe-Pridham? Kate? Not online, not in person, okay. Peter Martin? No, Peter's not with us. The last deputant I have listed is Mark Richardson. I know I saw Mark. Oh, there he is. Hi, Mark.
There's actually one more.
Oh, there's another one after that?
Helen Chillis.
Okay. If you could just write them down. Mark, you're no stranger to this. When you're settled in, I'll start your clock.
Good morning, councillors. Can you see that okay? I'm Mark Richardson. I'm the volunteer technical lead with HousingTO.com. We're a volunteer group that tracks the affordable housing progress here in the city of Toronto. We would like to thank the staff for their work on the HousingTO plan progress update for the year. And really, this morning, we just want to provide a little bit of additional context from some of our sources to help frame some of the numbers that are in the staff report today. As staff mentioned, there are sort of two sets of numbers that are coming up at the moment. There's the original 40,000 units of housing that was proposed by the city and approved by council back in 2020. You've recently added another 25,000 units to it. So you're now at 65,000 units in total that you'd like to be generating here in the city of Toronto by 2030. That is an incredibly large ask based on where you are now. In addition, there's the 2,500 units of rent geared to income that have been inserted into that. Rent geared to income, we'll talk about it a little bit more. There's a huge gap between what it costs to generate, operate, and maintain a unit and what you can afford to give people as rent on a rent geared to income unit. So we really look at government-supported affordable rental housing, and this chart we find is helpful. Right now, pretty much everybody who is moving into a new unit in the city of Toronto is getting some kind of government assistance. be that first-time home buyers, be that waivers on land transfer tax. The government assistance increases the further you go down the income spectrum, but now people who are earning $120,000, $130,000 a year can qualify for a Habitat for Humanity home, for example. So the longer we wait, the worse this problem gets and the higher that income level grows. Median income in the city is $84,000 as of 2021 census. Most of the people who are in your rent geared to income units at Toronto Community Housing earn about $16,500 a year. They can afford about $425 a month in rent. So there's a huge gap between the people at the lowest level of income and the challenges we're now having with doctors, nurses, teachers, early childhood educators who are trying to start their lives here in the city. We do a lot of work with the folks at the Housing Assessment Resource Tool at UBC. Very important that when we're looking at this data, we're only looking at the census subdivision for the city of Toronto. We're not looking at the full census market area, which goes all the way up to Barrie. A lot of people use the larger area of Toronto in their stats. Income categories, shelter codes and costs. As we said, the average median income is about $85,000, but we have almost 37, almost 38% of people in very low income and moderate income who at most can afford about $1,700 a month for a rental unit. And below that, people in the very low income band can afford that rent geared to income amount at $425 a month. So, you know, 1 in 3, 1 in 4 households in Toronto is having this challenge right now. Rest of the city is doing all right. But even there, the average income is saying that people can afford $2,500 a month. It's hard to find a $2,500 a month market unit now, as Mr. Chong would be able to attest to in a new build, move-in market unit. What is your actual affordable housing deficit? The HART folks say that the City of Toronto's affordable housing deficit for units that would rent below $1,700 a month is 210,000 units. It's not 40,000, it's not 65,000, it's 210,000 units. There's a huge gap there. How do you get to create units that will rent for $1,700 or less a month at the kinds of speed and scale that will deliver 210,000 units? We can talk a little bit about the affordable rental housing pipeline. I see I'm getting short for time. For those of you who are just looking at this number now and some of the numbers that are in the staff reports, we're very concerned by the approved affordable rental units and how it's described. You have to read the waiver that is in the staff materials. When a project is deemed approved, they may still be completing planning approvals. This does not necessarily mean that projects are construction ready. Do not count your chickens before they hatch when it comes to affordable housing. The problems are not just at the federal and provincial funding levels. Some of the problems are inside this building as well. The actual number that you're delivering is about 4,059
I'm very sorry,
units.
Mark. I
Okay,
gave
that's
you a
fine.
few extra seconds.
Yeah, thank you.
Any members have questions? I don't see any. Mark, I do have one for you. Sure. In I think it's the first slide or one of the early ones.
Yep.
You were showing the amount of rent that someone on social assistance can afford to pay. Did I see that? Okay. So this is something that's been weighing on my mind. Are we affected because the Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support levels are so low? Do you think that because that affords us almost no rental income on new builds, that very low payment is actually being a drag on our ability to pencil in new projects?
100%.
So if the province of Ontario were to listen to the calls that people all over Ontario have been making about increasing the social assistance rates, that would help us get more affordable housing built.
Yeah, but it's not just the...
I'm not saying it's the only factor.
I'm not saying it's the only factor, but it's not just, the gap is so huge To build a net new unit here in the city of Toronto through your Housing Now program or one of these co-op programs, to build it, to operate it, to maintain it in state of good repair for 99 years, your rent really is going to be $2,500 a month. So if you're talking about only charging somebody $425 a month for a $2,500 a month apartment,
Yes.
you're having to fill $24,000 a year per unit, backfill that. I don't care where the money comes from the province. I don't care where it comes from philanthropy. I don't care who it comes from. If you don't backfill it, as Mr. Sharma knows, then you end up eating it to state of good repair. And after 40 or 50 years, you're tearing your buildings down like we're doing with TCHC.
That's a lot more answer than I bargained for, Mark.
Well,
Thank
that's
you.
what you get for asking me a question, Council.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Are there any other questions for Mark? No, thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll provide the slides to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Members, we've had a couple more, we've had another person join the list, and a couple of the people who I called earlier are now online. So I'm going to go back to them first. First, Kate Francombe. Kate, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Hi there, I'm here. Yes, thank you very much.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can address the committee as soon as you're ready.
Great, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Kate Francombe-Pridham. I'm a research program manager and a social worker working with Dr. Stephen Wong at MAP Center for Urban Health Solutions at Unity Health Toronto. Many of you know Dr. Wong. He's a physician scientist who's also an internationally recognized leading researcher in homelessness, housing, and health. I want to echo what other deputants have said, that there is a lot of work, exciting work going on here and exciting initiatives. The piece I want to speak to is the issue of access, both to current housing systems and future systems for people experiencing homelessness. Our team works on research projects that investigate questions related to health and homelessness and evaluate interventions related to this. We have become very concerned about the growing administrative barriers to accessing rent-geared-to-income housing and relatedly, though I know not directly discussed today, housing subsidies. I want to go back a bit to talk about some success and then how it relates to our current experiences. In 2009, we conducted the At-Home Chez Soi study in Toronto as part of a national study. This research focused on how Housing First worked for people who had moderate and high mental health needs. The Housing First approach, as many of you know, has a central tenet that people should be able to access housing with supports without meeting preconditions such as treatment or sobriety. This tenet responds to how difficult it is for people to focus on anything else until they have housing. The trial was conducted in partnership with the City of Toronto, and what was then Housing Connections gave the project a lot of support, and the project was a success. 6 years after the program started, 85% of people that were considered high needs in the program were housed, compared to 60% of those in usual care. We see the increasing digitalization of housing applications and increase in administrative requirements to be eligible for housing to be in opposition for Housing First, and reducing the opportunities for people who are high needs that we all want to see housed. We're now running 2 interventions for people who are homeless, one in the shelters with people who are chronically homeless and disengaged from housing processes, and one at Unity Health Toronto with patients. In both programs, we spend an inordinate amount of time supporting patients and participants with administrative needs for housing applications. It's not surprising that our numbers of people experiencing chronic homelessness are growing dramatically, and it's extremely difficult to move people into housing from shelters. Completing taxes, filling out forms, scanning documents, meeting outreach workers or case managers in spaces with computers, waiting on hold for support, as others have talked about, these are extremely challenging, particularly for those with high needs and who are living on the street and who have competing health needs. This week, one of our outreach counselors had a client who received notice that his application will be closed because it's incomplete. He hadn't completed his taxes. We received him as a new client in the hospital last week, and he has a chronic health condition which requires at least 3 healthcare appointments a week. Despite him being connected to our case manager, we will not meet the September 30th deadline. application. And despite information shared here that he may be exempt because he is homeless, and also that he can appeal, which is great, this requires additional phone calls and additional stress. We urge you to look at what options already exist in the system to verify income, such as OW and ODSP, which many people are already on, instead of adding also the tax requirement. We also urge you, as many other deputants have, to provide much more hands-on support for people to do their applications. We know that when people can get in the door, they can have success, but they need the support to get there. That's all. Thanks.
Multitasking here. Kate, thank you so much. Are there any questions for Kate? No? Seeing none? Kate, as always, thank you so much for your advice. I understand Peter Martin is online now. We've got Peter, yeah? Hi, Peter. Can you hear me? Peter, I'm gonna have to say going once. Oh, wait.
Here, I just don't see a video showing up.
I hear a
There we
faint
go.
voice.
Yeah, first time here, so I'm getting used to WebEx. So,
Listen, when you figured it out, could you explain it to me?
can you hear me now?
Yes, Peter, you've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And I'd say good morning to the chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Peter Martin, and I am pleased to have this opportunity to speak before you as the Housing Solutions Manager to the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. The Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness is in support of the report presented by the Executive Secretary of the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat, and of the recommendations that City Council take urgent action to ramp up the efforts to deliver affordable and supportive housing to meet the targets of the HousingTO plan. We acknowledge the city's commitment to not only address the housing crisis in Toronto, but also to ensure that the solutions to this crisis accommodate the needs of those who are currently homeless, as well as those needing access to affordable housing. We recognize these solutions include maintaining the current stock, but most especially the building up of the affordable housing stock in the city. It is salutary that the city recognizes that a portion of this new stock must be deeply affordable, supportive, and include a wide range of supports to meet the needs of tenants. The city has a critical role in liaising with the federal and provincial governments regarding the allocation of adequate funding for its housing plans. We support and encourage the recommendation from the Housing Secretariat that the City of Toronto reiterates its request to both the federal and provincial governments together to support delivering on the commitments made in the Housing Charter and the Housing Action Plan. Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness supports the city moving away from market rent determinants to income determinants regarding affordable housing, particularly noting the successful housing outcomes that are achieved through the rent geared to income model. We support the recommendation that the Housing Secretariat be directed to creating eligibility rules regarding access to affordable rental housing, and critically note that such rules should take into consideration the wide variability in the cost of living between neighborhoods in Toronto and be tied to the city's definition of affordability of no more than 30% of before tax income. We recommend that income eligibility criteria be determined at a more granular level than a single citywide income band and based on rent as a percentage of income threshold. Since the federal government obtains data on the cost of living based on census metropolitan areas, the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness is recommending that the city adopt census metropolitan areas as the basis for making these determinations, modifying the threshold based on the market basket modifier or equivalent established for each CMA. While we acknowledge the success of choice-based system configurations in centering the need and autonomy of individuals experiencing homelessness, we would recommend that the alignment process considers the barriers to access that digital processes present to some communities and encourage the city to engage with community experts to adapt these processes in order to reduce barriers to systems access. We applaud formalizing the relationship between the city and the Cooperative Housing Federation of Toronto and look forward to working with CHFT and CHFT Development Society Inc. The Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness is in support of the opportunities for nonprofits, cooperatives, and other alternative housing models to be quickly and efficiently delivered to the city. Finally, we urge the city to ensure that enhanced investments into housing development through these levers include increased targets for the delivery of net new affordable and deeply affordable units. Thank you.
Peter, thank you so much. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Peter, thank you very much, as always, for sharing your thoughts with us today. I do have one final deputant listed, Helen Chillis. Helen? Helen, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Yes, we're all good then.
Yes. Okay.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. So sorry, I was hoping to come in today, but if I happen to cough, I'm not feeling well. I didn't want to get anyone potentially sick. Yes, hello. My name is Helen Chillis, and I am the chair of our 1501 Woodbine Tenants Group. I am a human rights advocate, have had in the past special consultative status with the United Nations and ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council. I'm also back on the board with the FMTA, the Federation of Metro Tenant Associations, and am co-chair of the FMTA's Tenant Action Committee. But today I'm speaking specifically as my role as chair of our tenant group, our 1501 tenant group. And thank you for having me here today. Now, I'd like to first commend all the great work the City of Toronto has done. That was quite a report. It's a great start, but mostly I just hear primarily about building new, and that is very important because we do have a housing stock crisis. But there's something that we need to also address, that we need to remember. We need to sustain the private purpose-built apartment buildings. Right now, I'm sure you're aware, there's 77 buildings that are scheduled to be demo-evicted, and that means that they're going to be torn down and rebuilt bigger and better. On the surface, it may seem great, but there will be anywhere from 10,000, probably more, because there's a lot of reports of overcrowding in rental units throughout the city. Where exactly is the city going to put over 10,000 people once they're displaced? There's also we also need to look at perhaps more funding to help convert private purpose-built apartment buildings into cooperatives. Now, the reason I say that is specifically in our building here at 1501 Woodbine, I would estimate that at least 50%, probably more, I need to do a better numbers crunch, but at least half of the apartment the rental units in our building are at much, much below the current market rate. For example, someone living in our building right now that's been here over 10 years in a one bedroom is paying under $1,000 a month, which is quite quite a savings considering the real estate market. That same apartment, if the tenant were to move, would be rented for $2,500. That's an additional $1,500, which for many folks would be completely unattainable. So again, I encourage the City of Toronto to look at and work perhaps with the Ontario government and the federal government to help bring in more money to convert. That would be greatly appreciated. The other issue that the one thing I'd like to bring up is part of the report included the HousingTO reevaluation. I was on that public advisory committee. We only had 4 meetings throughout, I think, about 3 years. I understand we were in the middle of COVID. However, I'm not sure if a lot of city council members are aware. Initially, when back in, I believe on March the 25th, 2022, Municipal Licensing and Standards, the HousingTO program, was to report back to their with their findings with regards to the public consultancy group. However, on June the 1st, they rolled out the program during the middle of the mayor by-election without much report back to City Council. It's very confusing how a department is able just to roll something out. I've been on that committee, and in fact, I was there from the very beginning of the Rent Safe program. I go back about 10 years, and so I'm quite familiar with it. There was a lot of good recommendations, but it's a little bit confusing. And the one big concern is that landlords now are being given the opportunity to appeal their building evaluation. Tenants have no right to appeal. I don't understand how that happened. I have the right to appeal in any judicial system, but according to Municipal Licensing and Standards, they even have the form online. So I would like to address that. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Helen. Always a pleasure. I'll make sure that the chair of the Community Economic Development Committee, who has oversight on some of the rent-safe stuff, is updated on that. In fact, she's in the room listening to you. Are there any questions for Helen? No, seeing none. Helen, thank you so much for your update today and all your good thoughts. That concludes the list of deputations that I have. With that, we'll go to questions of staff. I see Councillor Bravo is here. Councillor Bravo, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Chair. My questions are for the Executive Director of Housing Secretariat. I'm going to focus on the September 30th deadline for registration with the online system. So I understand that people who haven't registered will have their applications canceled, but they can reactivate their application within a 2-year period. So what are the steps for the reactivation process? And if people are informed that their application is canceled, will they be provided with clear instructions on how to reactivate it?
Thank you, Councillor Bravo. I'm actually going to direct this question to my colleague, Doug Rollins, Director of Housing Stability Services.
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. We haven't heard from the unregistered applicants in a number of years, so we really just need to hear from them.
I can't hear you, sorry.
Pardon me, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sir, I'll step a little closer to the mic.
Yeah.
We haven't heard from the unregistered applicants in a number of years, and we really just need to hear from them. So there's no wrong door. They need to go on and online to create their, to register online. They can do that through the Application Support Center, or they can do that in person at 176 Elm or through any of our community partners. Before any cancellation occurs, we'll make sure there's detailed instructions on our website, and we will contact the applicants by letter and also by automated outbound calling to their the contact information we have on file. So the instructions and process are clear.
So there's steps that can be taken after September 30th.
That's correct.
Okay. And the second question is a staff memo mentioning that some households are exempt from the September 30th deadline and won't have their application canceled if they fail to register online. And this includes applicants who are categorized as unhoused or fleeing violence. Is an applicant informed that this is their category? Like, how would they know whether they I guess is the question, is how would they know that they're being classed in this way?
Yeah, applicants are aware. So those households have to apply for priority status on the waiting list. And so if they have provided that, applied for priority status, they would be aware. We've also obviously informed all of our community partners that work with those priority populations, and the information is as well available on our website.
Doug, can I ask you to lean right into your microphone?
It's really hard to hear.
Yeah.
But so I guess to capture what you're saying is that people know they've been classified as for this, I guess what you call priority status, because they applied to be in this category. So
That's correct. That's correct, Councillor.
They self-identified. Okay. Some outreach workers have told us they're listed as the contact person in applications for their unhoused clients, but they only received a message about the renewal this week. Also, many of these workers don't have system access, so have difficulty supporting their clients through the waitlist process. What work's been done to bring outreach workers who work with unhoused clients into the transition, and how can that work be expanded or improved as partners on the outside?
Thank you very much. I think the team has made really strong efforts to develop partnerships with the community housing and homelessness sector writ large, both purchase of service, directly operated shelters, our VAW allied service providers who are under provincial administration. So we've made best efforts. We've had multiple training sessions. There are over 800 emergency shelter workers that are trained. Now, there's always more that can be done, and we will endeavor to take lessons learned from this process to reinvigorate that process and see if we can extend that training and open the tent broader to people who support the broad populations that require, rely, and need rent-geared to income housing.
Okay, great to hear that we're learning and recalibrating and thinking about expanding and improving. So the last question is, what's the current service standard for response times to phone calls and email inquiries for the application support center? What are the average wait times for the phone line, and are services offered in other languages other than English?
I'm going to refer that question to my colleague Denise Andrea Campbell from SDFA.
Councillor, through the chair. So the Human Service Integration Application and Support Center is housed within Social Development, Finance and Administration. We have an operating standard for 80% of our calls to be at least under 2 minutes. That's what we strive to do. However, certainly, despite planning across divisions, the response was higher than forecasted. So at this moment, this week, we've seen call wait times to be 30 to 40 minutes on average. Staff continue to look at what's happening on the phones and trying to reallocate resources to try to bring those calls down. To your other parts of your question, we do not respond to, we don't have an email component to our services. We do mail, fax, phone, and online digitized applications at the Application and Support Center. And then finally, we do work with interpreter service. So on average, we respond to about 700 calls through the ASC, where we are servicing about 30 applicants in 31 languages.
Okay, thank you. So I think that you're also saying that this is a learning opportunity for how forecasting might be done in the future?
Yes, absolutely, Councillor.
Thank you.
Are there any other members who have questions for staff on this item? I have a couple. First, on the matter of the overall funding for the housing plan. We have listed here $33 billion. You've shown that the city has made a significant contribution, but there are still outstanding amounts that we would hope for from the federal and provincial governments. Just remind me what those were?
To you as the chair, the overall costing to today is $33 billion, and the amounts outstanding that we expect from each level of government is just under $8 billion. But as you know, with these new targets, we need to go through a re-estimating exercise, not just in terms of the increased number, the depth of affordability that we're being asked to look at, but also the changes to interest rates, construction inflation costs. Like, there's a very dynamic environment. So what we've done, what you see today, was based on the estimates that we did earlier in the year. And as part of the Deputy City Manager's report back in October, you will see a much more detailed and up-to-date costing, but they are always a moment in time as these things continue to change.
Okay. Also, since that accounting was done to come up with the 7.7 billion federally and 7.8 provincially or whatever it was, Council has also directed staff to increase our targets, particularly around the area of rental. Any costs or any funding that we would expect out of the federal and provincial governments is not costed into the numbers in front of us today. Is that correct?
That is correct. The original estimates were based on, broadly speaking, a one-third share between all levels of government. And we need to, once we've updated all of the costing, we need to update their share of that costing. And we anticipate that to rise significantly for all of the reasons that I've just outlined.
And I wouldn't be wrong in guessing that the amount that we would need to really substantially increase rental would begin with a B.
I think it's fair to say every time we've updated the HousingTO targets, the amount has risen by several $1 billion at a time. I have no reason to assume that that wouldn't be the case this time around.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Councillor Bradford?
And I have a question as well.
Okay. I'll get,
Thanks very much. The report states that we've got about 15,000 affordable homes that have been approved here by the city, but have yet to start construction. So I don't know if this would be for HousingTO or Housing Secretariat, but what are some of the challenges that those projects are facing right now?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, we've outlined through many reports this year the incredibly difficult context of delivering affordable housing right now. Many of the sites that we have led and also that we support nonprofits on were feasible when interest rates were 2% and lower. The interest rate environment that's risen, the construction inflation environment has meant that many of those projects have stalled. But they can be reactivated. We've seen in recent days announcements from the federal government about potential GST, HST waivers. That is an important step in unlocking or starting to unlock and make some of that 15,000 viable again. And also, I think it's important to note that the changes that we have made through the creation of the development and new development and growth area is designed to look in our own house about what we need to do to also facilitate moving that 15,000 forward. It's incumbent, I think, on all levels of government to look to themselves to see what we can do, because that is an incredible potential there. And we just need to get it back on track, get more of those shovels in the ground as quickly as possible.
So further to Councillor Burke's question about some of the funding gaps that exist, I think the dashboard that you folks have stood up is a very helpful tool for us to understand all the heavy lifting that the city is doing with respect to approved new affordable homes. Would you be open to having a few additions that show what is under construction and what is built, and frankly, the gap of all those additional approvals that might go unrealized without interventions and funding from other levels of government? Would you be open to that?
I'm just going to hand this to my colleague, Director of Housing Policy and Strategy, Vanessa Ferrier, to answer. Thanks.
Sorry. Through the chair, Councillor, absolutely. I think that's a really important step for us as we continue to advance the dashboards. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank colleagues who are in this room who have helped us to launch those dashboards. It's the first time I think we're making the progress that we're achieving, making it as accessible and publicly available not only to members of council, but to the public. Tracking our progress is really important to not only holding the city's feet to the fire, but other orders of government, because addressing the housing crisis requires all orders of government to step in, as well as our nonprofit and public sector partners, as well as, of course, our Indigenous partners. So with that, I would like to thank Marco Palermo, who's in the room with us, for the technology support on the IT side, as well as our customer experience staff who are sitting behind me. And we are looking forward to continuing to advance our dashboards and build on the progress that you're seeing in front of you today.
I would echo that sentiment, and those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, thank you. 2700 Eglinton, so is that off the list now? For housing now?
Through the chair, Councillor, we are reevaluating all of the city sites based on the new direction from council to identify some quick wins, and there will be a new list of priority sites that will come back to you for consideration as part of the Deputy City Manager's report back in October. So I don't want to preempt that work by, excluding or including any particular sites at this point, but there will be a fulsome opportunity for committee and council to look at the priority, where we want to put our focus in terms of support through the approvals process, and also where we want to put any money, grant or financing that we can secure from other levels of government.
Okay, and my next question to you is that, it's great that we have a target, but the problem that I have is that we're not building. And I guess what I'm asking you is, even if we receive funding from the provincial and federal government, what I'm hearing is with the interest and, even it's not going to be built. We have a number of projects that have actually been approved and they're not building because of the interest rate. So it's frustrating for me because we talk about the federal and provincial government giving us funding, but even if we had that funding, nothing's being built. And so that's a concern I have. So what are the delays?
Through the chair, Councillor, you've raised some really important concerns and frustrations, which I think are experienced and shared by many nonprofit and private sector developers, and also by staff at the city. As I said, it is a very difficult, or has become a much more difficult environment in which to deliver affordable housing. However, I would say that we're not beyond hope at this point. We have a number of suggested changes that are coming at the federal level in terms of HST and GST. We need these kind of concrete financial investments to change the pro formas of many of these projects, and then we will start to see them move forward. So I think the vast majority of what we've been able to do in the last number of years, we've received substantive investment from the federal government and the provincial government to make that happen. So I think we've laid out a clear roadmap in highlighting what is stuck in the system. We're not highlighting that because we don't think there's any way that we can move that forward. We're highlighting it because we want to demonstrate that there is an opportunity for us to come together and really unstick that supply. But it does take that coordinated effort, and we're not quite there in terms of the degree of coordination yet, but there are some really encouraging signs that the federal government certainly are taking us seriously when we say more help is needed to build rent-controlled homes in the City of Toronto.
But at the same time, it's important that the city and that we try to expedite when these applications are in, to process these applications, because further delays is very costly. So, we have to ensure that we process these applications, as fast as possible. Yes, so do you agree?
Thank you. Through the chair, I do agree.
You agree?
I do agree. Time is money always in relation to development, but time is affordability when it comes to affordable housing. And that's what we want to see. So expediting, prioritizing are the way that we're going to be able to get the kinds of supply that are most important to us and our community built fastest.
Yeah, because I have one in my ward, Learning Enrichment Foundation, that we're trying to push through, and there's been a lot of delays. So a question to Greg Lintern. Do you have a list of how many affordable housing applications that have been submitted into the city that has not yet been processed through the planning process?
I know through the chair that the new dashboards are tracking through a milestone basis what's been submitted, what exists at what stage in the planning approval process. Maybe I can ask my associate to supplement that.
Through the chair, Councillor, yes, the new dashboards do track projects from approval to under construction and completed, and we will be making enhancements to those dashboards to even refine the approved section.
So do you know what the total amount, sorry, my time is up, the total amount is?
Of what specifically?
The total amount of applications that we have in that we haven't processed yet for affordable housing?
We will get back. We will get back to you with that answer, Councillor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. There had been much excitement and fanfare about modular housing. Where are we with respect to our accelerated desire to have more? It seems to me that it's stalled, or maybe that's a wrong impression, but I'd like to understand where we are on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, modular housing remains for us a very important way of expediting the actual delivery of housing. It's a fast way, in off-site construction is still a very good way for us to make that go faster. But like all of our affordable housing projects, the partners that we're working with have had struggles with labor market, materials, etc. And some of the issues we've experienced that have been more widely experienced during the pandemic have certainly impacted our modular housing program. And I think we've been very open about that. It still remains a much faster way for us to deliver homes, so it's still important to us, but it's definitely experienced some of the same challenges that exist elsewhere in the construction industry.
Got you. So those are the challenges that Morgan and Dundalk is actually experiencing. That's why we're not at where we ought to be at this point.
That is precisely, through the chair. Those are some of the reasons why we're not where we want to be, and the staff team are working daily to do what we can to speed up that delivery schedule.
Sure. And may I ask, and again, just focusing on modular housing, it is our effort and attempt to build them and create opportunities with respect to rental. Is that correct? Is it focused simply on rental?
Through the chair, our modular housing delivery was part of our overall kind of rapid housing response, if you like, and it was very much targeted to, at the beginning of the pandemic or during the pandemic, the crisis emerging around homelessness. And so it's very much been targeted not just for rental, but for supportive housing, so rental homes with supports. However, there's nothing about modular housing or rapid delivery that means it can only work for supportive housing. It was just our choice as a policy and strategy to focus the fastest delivery mechanisms on our biggest demand, our growing demand during the pandemic, which was supportive housing.
So I just want to explore this a little bit further. So if we were to work with the private sector to encourage them to build modular housing as an opportunity, an option to accelerate and rapidly, accelerate and speed up the process. Is that a possibility? And I ask this question because I wanted to understand the financing aspect with respect to taking out, for example, a mortgage on a modular housing unit. And what's the status with respect to banks and bankers and their consideration in terms of mortgages on modular housing?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. Very interesting questions that you raised today. Basically, once modular housing is delivered, it meets all building code requirements, same as any other steel or wood frame home. So after construction, there should be no issues that relate to if it's built for ownership. There should be no additional issues in relation to getting a mortgage or in terms of value. The one area that has been of most perhaps difficulty has been during the construction period because modular is built in a factory, a developer cannot draw down construction financing in the same way that they would do if they were on site. And so it's just required some education. That is growing. There are a growing number of financial institutions that are aware of how modular gets built. And certainly I think modular and also cross-laminated timber, panelized construction, all of these are great areas for innovation that we would like to see more of more generally in the construction industry.
Excellent. And just my final question, can you explain to me, just so that I have a better understanding, so I just had a interesting experience recently. Someone's interested in they're living in a complex, and there's rent geared towards income and market rents and so on. And their income situation has changed, and they would like to obviously be considered for RGI. And the question has been asked and the application has been, I guess, made, I'll use that expression. However, it's not possible because, as I learned, that in order for that person to get RGI, someone has to actually move out and someone else has to move in paying market rent. Is that actually correct?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I think there's a bit of detail we'd require to be able to work through that with you, Councillor. I'd be happy to connect with you after committee or offline to work through the individual circumstances, but happy to help.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, you got questions?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, so I did note that we have a target of having 20% of the proposed co-op units to be accessible. One of the consistent things that I hear in my other role as chair of the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee is just how much people with disabilities struggle to find adequate housing. Is there a reason why we're only aiming for 20% of the homes to be built to be accessible for people with disabilities?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to let our Director of Development, Noah Slater, answer that.
That's a great question, and thank you for it through the chair. We've convened a panel as per the direction of council to look at our standards and ask that very question. And one of the things that the members of this table that we've assembled have indicated is that there's not just a need for 20% in terms of accessibility, but really a need for 100% universal design features across the buildings that the city leads in development, that the city sponsors. So I would agree with that, yeah.
So do we know if the cost to build these buildings would be marginally or significantly higher if we were just to go for 100% universal accessible design rather than just limiting it to 20%?
Not from what we're seeing and not from the industry studies. When it comes to a select group of measures, universal measures, wider doors, certain low cost, no cost measures that can be put in place during the design of buildings, they're highly effective, both as a low-cost, no-cost measure during the time of construction, but also saving money as a tenant can age in place and modifications are required. So blocking in washrooms, certain clearances and things like that don't just save money, don't just have low cost at the time of capital construction, but also down the road, saving operators money and allowing tenants to stay in place as their changes need, and all of ours will.
Thank you. So if we were to put in a target of universal design for all of these units, would that in any way significantly affect either the timing of building the units or the cost of building the units?
Not if carefully curated and rolled out with the appropriate supports and design measures that are carefully selected.
Thank you. And how would we go about getting a more definitive answer as to one, that 100% universal design of these units would not imperil the cost or the timelines for building them?
I think we we need to lay out those measures and then test them. We have a group of, within the group, there's quite a few members of the construction community and development community, so we need to test those, and there's a lot of industry research available that prices these things out in terms of time and material cost.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Yeah? Now we'll move on to speakers. I saw Councillor Bravo was here. I don't see her now. Okay, are there any members who want to speak to this item? Councillor Bradford.
Sure, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Through year, I have a motion, if we can just put that on the screen. This is a request, further to my questions, that we amend the HousingTO Action Plan dashboard to reflect the built units, under construction and built. And hopefully we're encouraging our partners at the province and the federal government to continue to evolve the programs like CMHC's co-investment fund to better reflect the challenges and the realities of delivering affordable housing here in the Toronto market context. You know, and with that, I just want to commend staff. We heard Valessa sort of speaking to the team effort approach here to get this dashboard up and running. And I think it's actually it's worth highlighting because, you know, we talk about targets a lot here. And I think that's really important. I think it's important for us to be transparent with the public. I think it's important to hold us accountable. And as we work to expedite our process and move things faster here at City Hall, we're going to see those numbers continue to grow, which is really positive. But of course, the historic headwinds that we're facing right now with respect to labor and trade shortages, some of the challenges outlined by one of our deputants today around RGI and funding, financing, it's no secret we're facing historic headwinds. So at the end of the day, we can approve a lot of units, but you can't live in an approval. And that's the reality. We have to get that housing built. So staff have let us know in the report, there's 15,000 of those affordable housing units approved here in Toronto. Our staff are doing Herculean work to move that stuff faster. But at the end of the day, all three levels of government need to be at the table. We also have that graph that was included in the report here showing the billions of dollars of shortage when it comes to contributions from some of our other partners. And I think that's really just a reminder that it will take the federal government, the provincial government, and the city working together, rowing in the same direction to translate those 15,000 affordable housing units that are approved and start swinging the hammers and make sure that we get those things built so that people can move into a home. That's what it's all about. So that's it for me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair.
I was going to say.
I know, Madam Speaker, I was looking at Francis, channeling the speaker vibes, but it's of course our chair.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the mover of the motion? No, seeing none. Anyone else to speak? Okay, I'm going to speak then. Let me just reset and make sure I don't run over time. I have a motion as well, if we could get it up. The motion pertains to the issue of my access to HousingTO. Oh, I look forward to the day when we don't put TO on everything. This is just to try to address some of the very important concerns that have been raised to members of council and staff over the last few days. The first is to direct staff to make sure that we are compliant with all the human rights rules of the province and the city and our digital infrastructure framework. Second, as many people in the community have asked, it moves the deadline back to January 31st. Third, even though in terms of practice, there is in place already a 2-year sort of grace period, I just wanted council to endorse that 2-year grace period for people to get back on the list. Fourth, it's to make sure that the digital access stuff works better. Fifth, it's to provide, even though we're providing a lot of it already, still more training to some of the support workers so that they can help people apply. And finally, making sure that we have got sufficient staffing at the application support center, sufficient resources there. I've conferred with staff, all of this is doable. And also, I want to be clear, most of this is work that the mayor has suggested that we go and do, because she too has heard the outcry. So that's that piece. And I hope you'll all support it. I'm not quite done. Okay. I do tend to go on, Councillor Thompson, but I wanted to speak to the larger piece. As some of you may know, Mayor Chow is literally right now meeting with the federal housing minister to talk about not just this plan, but the other things that the City of Toronto needs to do if we are going to start delivering the housing that we need to truly address the housing crisis in the City of Toronto. For those of you, and I see Tom staring at me, who've been around the housing game for a while, you will know we lost a generation's work when the federal and provincial governments essentially stepped out of the housing game in the middle and late 1990s. And the consequences of that absence are being felt today. All you have to do is look at one of the downtown parks in the City of Toronto, where despite living in one of the wealthiest places in human history, there's somebody living in a tent. Or you have to hear the anguish that we heard in many of the deputations today as people struggle to navigate a way into a housing system that is absolutely overburdened. Or in the deputations you hear about even people with a household income of $100,000 a year cannot make it without some form of public support for housing. That's the consequence of government stepping out of their role in providing housing right across the spectrum. We have made the offer that we're willing to get to work. We've already invested billions of dollars of public money from the City of Toronto, and we need the other two orders of government to get in and help us, as Councillor Bradford said, start swinging those hammers. If there's a single lesson we take away from the report that's in front of us, that's it. We will not solve the housing problem in the City of Toronto just by zoning bylaws or some tax relief or anything like that. We need governments to step up and put money into doing what happens in the rest of the world, which is to have public investment in social housing. So with that, you've got my motion in front of me. Councillor Thompson, did I see you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supportive of the motion, but I was just wondering, and I may have been out of the room and the question was asked, but I know some people have asked me, like, why can you not just basically take the data, the list, the names of folks, and just export them into the new system and what have you? I just wonder if you could do two things, explain that piece, and as well as the provincial legislative requirement.
Sure.
In terms of it, because I think that will be very helpful.
Yeah, okay, no, and thank you. That's a really helpful question. So it is actually provincial law that if you have not got in contact with your housing provider, in this case, the City of Toronto, who manages the list, and updated your income and asset numbers within 24 months, you are automatically ineligible for rent geared to income. So one of the things that I'm hoping members of the public understand is that our staff are actually trying to rescue people who are not going to be eligible for rent geared to income housing unless they get in touch with us somehow. That's what's the fundamental piece of the My Access to Housing work, is actually trying to help people get into the list. But nevertheless, I think it's really important, given the concerns and anxiety that members of the public are expressing about, oh no, am I going to lose my place on the list? That we take these additional members to give people that comfort that we're going to do everything we can to get them housed. Does that help? I think it helps. Great. Any other questions? No? Okay, so we've had two motions. First was Councillor Bradford. If I can call a vote on that, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Then my motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. And then on the item as amended, all those in favor, opposed, that carried. Look at this. What a productive and committee. I'm going to like this. All right. Okay. With that out of the way, we now move on to item 2, which is Bill 109 Implementation Phase 3 Recommended Official Plan and Municipal Code Amendments Responding to Site Control. Councillor Matlow.
Just a point of order. As you know, I may have a motion on the item, but it won't be prepared until after lunch. So I was wondering, either could we hold this down, or if you don't expect that we'll actually get to the speakers in the next half hour, then proceed, but one way or another.
Okay, I'll take note of that, and we'll see where we are at 12:30, or when we're done with the... Yes, I know. Yes, thank you.
I just want to bring that.
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. Okay, let's begin with a presentation. If you could introduce yourself, and then there's a deputant, and then we'll come to questions of staff.
And if I may, through the chair, just to introduce the item, Michelle Driley is our project director for business transformation in city planning. And I just want to update the committee, because I know there are some new members of the committee, and it's been a bit of time since we brought the last report, that we are working through a series of business process changes as a result of changes to provincial legislation. This dates back to reports that council has considered back into 2022, where we have identified overall the changes in policy directions that are coming from the province, and through a series of phased implementation reports, we have brought various measures forward for consideration, for public discussion, and for approval. They have included, you'll recall, changes to the Application Information Center, bringing forward mandatory pre-application consultation, changes to the site plan submission requirements, delegated authority to lift holding bylaws, a number of other matters to bolster not only the staff complement, but the whole process of development review at the city. So this, I just want you to understand that this is part of a phased rollout of business process changes. This is the latest chapter in an ongoing series of steps to get us, I think, overall to a much more effective and efficient development review process.
Thank you. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me okay? I'm just going to pull myself in here. Okay. So as Greg mentioned, this is a phased approach that we're taking to implementation of Bill 109. This item represents Phase 3 in our response, and it recommends Official Plan Amendment 688, which is to establish a new requirement for complete site plan control applications. So once in effect, the recommended OPA would bring about a significant change in practice in how the city currently reviews and approves site plan control applications. And just to provide the committee with a little bit of context, between January 2019 and July 2023, approximately 84% of all site plan control applications were submitted prior to a planning decision on the associated official plan or zoning bylaw amendment application. And we generally refer to these applications as concurrent applications. In fact, the city has encouraged the submission of concurrent applications for many years, and we do this as part of an iterative, multi-scale review process. The initial direction to change this practice came in December 2022 with our first Bill 109 implementation report to Council. Over the past 5 years or so, concurrent site plan control applications accounted for approximately $30.7 million in application fee revenue. So under Bill 109, the city now has to rethink its approach to application review to ensure a consistent and logical order of consideration for each application type. Under the legislation, the timeline for the city to approve a site plan control application and retain its planning application fees is 60 days. We at the city consider approval to mean issuance of notice of approval conditions, or NOAC. And as you can see from this graphic, the timeline to make a decision on a combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is 120 days. For a standalone zoning bylaw amendment, it's 90 days. And both of these timelines are significantly longer than the 60-day timeline to approve a site plan control application. Because the legislation does not explicitly contemplate a combined timeline for site plan control and any other application types, processing concurrent applications exposes the city to a significant financial risk. And as you can see from the previous slide, over the past 5 years, that risk is in the ballpark of approximately $30.7 million. So to mitigate that risk and also to continue to support good city building outcomes, OPA 688 introduces a new requirement to ensure the development sought in the site plan control application is in fact permitted under the in effect zoning bylaw for the site. Frankly, it also reflects the new reality under the legislation, which is that the formal review period is no longer going to be a time to iterate, develop, think through, and go back and forth on a proposal. Once the clock starts ticking, the focus is solely on decision-making. In July 2022, Bill 109 removed council as the approval authority for site plan control applications. OPA 688 would ensure that the public statutory process to rezone a site, which importantly remains the purview of council, has in fact concluded before staff, under delegated authority, issue site plan approval. Practically speaking, the requirement gives us a much better shot at approving complete site plan control applications quickly and opening the door to building permit. As we typically do, staff are recommending a two-step implementation process for OPA 688. The first step is establishing the requirement. That's what we're starting here today. And the second, which is already underway, is to finalize and post a new terms of reference to specify how applicants can meet the requirement. I'll also just note that in addition to OPA 688, this report recommends a series of municipal code amendments that are aimed at legislative conformity, streamlining approval processes, reducing duplicative staff work, and providing certainty for applicants and staff in the review process. These include changes to the city's site plan control exemption bylaw, rules around municipal infrastructure agreements, and updates to the mandatory pre-application consultation process that reinforce the intent of OPA 688. So that's the extent of the presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions, or I guess we actually have a speaker.
We do have a deputant first, and we'll do that, and then we can come back to questions of staff. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, Jeff Cattell. I don't see Jeff here. Is Jeff online? No? Okay. Questions of staff then? We'll just have to dive into that. You might as well stay there. Yeah, it's a nice comfy chair. Does anyone have any questions of staff on this item? No. Councillor Bradford, okay, we'll move into speakers. Councillor Bradford, I know you. Oh, you have a question? Okay, Councillor Nunziata, go ahead.
Just a few questions.
He's not here.
So can you explain how will this proposed change help the city achieve the housing targets as identified by Mayor Chow?
Thanks very much, Councillor, for that question. I think what it does is it makes the application process clearer and more certain for both staff and applicants. It provides us the opportunity to consider each application type in sequence, which enables us to better meet the legislated timelines that are now in force under Bill 109. Our current practice produces an average timeline for site plan approval, our current concurrent practice, of approximately 3 years. Under the legislation, we now have 90 days to approve a zoning bylaw amendment and 60 days to approve a site plan control application. And so in trying to meet those two discrete timelines, we're recommending the ability to actually review those application types sequentially.
Okay, and so my second question is, having staff levels, have staffing levels changed to respond to the new Bill 109 timeline?
Through
the chair, I'll ask Greg to answer that.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, the staffing levels are changing. I know it was reported, a certain staffing level was reported in the paper this week, and double checking a lot of the numbers. There are a significant number of active recruitments underway in the division that in part deal with our typical turnover rate and in part are filling the positions that council approved last February 23. So we're working our way through all of that recruitment. And I anticipate the vacancy level, which is above 15% right now, coming closer to 10% by the end of the year. And that's including activity that's happening in other divisions that are involved in the development review process.
Okay, so one more question. Could the proposed change be revised to allow for SPA applications after the first round of OPA and ZBA comments have been issued?
So again, a great, through the chair, a great question on process. Just for clarity, under the timelines, we no longer have a resubmission process. So a complete application comes into the city. We are directly moving into reporting and decision-making. There will no longer be opportunity for extensive staff comment or for resubmission. A lot of that iteration that we would typically do in the formal review process now must occur in pre-application consultation.
Through the chair, I'll just add that I read some of the correspondence expressing some of the concerns that that I think are coming through in your questions, Councillor. And there is nothing in this that doesn't mean that an applicant can't come in and have a pre-application meeting, for example, with staff to begin the discussion on the site plan. And we would like, there's a bit of scope control that's going on here. But we need to make the decision on the zoning and get that decision done as effectively and efficiently as we can, knowing sometimes that there may be site plan issues to resolve later, being aware of what those site plan issues are, and oftentimes that's what instigated concurrent applications. But at the end of the day, it's a separate decision that needs to be made in accordance with the timelines of the Planning Act and separate financial implications. So this, I think, will train us all to have a slightly different culture around these types of conversations. But I want to emphasize that we will still be consulting with applicants about site plan. They can still get a pre-app meeting with us about site plan. We can still develop awareness about what some of those site plan issues are. And then once that zoning comes into force, we can move quickly to a submission and a decision on the site plan.
So there wouldn't be any further delays, right?
Well, again, I think in fairness,
because that's a concern.
Yeah, and it's a concern that we share. We don't want to set up a system that is going to elongate a process. On the other hand, this is all new, so we're going to have to watch it very carefully to make sure that it's not having unintended consequences. A lot of the trouble that we're having with the legislation coming out of the province is that there are unintended consequences. It has not been thought through. One of them is obviously significant financial implications to the city that we're having to manage. So we will continue to monitor this as it gets stood up. This is all new as of July the 1st, 23, so brand new. We're putting in place a practice actually that is quite common in other municipalities in Ontario, not here, but in other municipalities. So we have a fairly good confidence level that we're on the right path, but we will heavily monitor the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow?
Through you, Mr. Chair, while Bill 109 was touted by the Ford government as an opportunity to expedite the planning process in Toronto, have you heard feedback from the industry the way that I have? That in fact, in many cases where an applicant would have liked to had an opportunity for a more iterative process, rather than have to see staff provide a final report within 90 days when there could have been an opportunity to actually have a better discussion and get to the finish line together collaboratively, that in fact, they've ended up at the OLT in a longer lineup, ironically, because that wasn't possible under the new law. Have you heard the same feedback?
Through the chair, yes, I have heard some of that feedback, and certainly how we're responding to that is to try to front end that iterative process much more. So some of that iterative process, which we think we value because it engages communities and councillors in what that proposal is about, is going to have to happen before they file, because once they file, the clock is ticking and the threat of a refund is real. But that is clearly, in understanding the way development happens in a big city like Toronto, the rules aren't always the right rules. So you need to go and have a process to change the rules. That's quite common, and many of you experience this in your communities. And we go and we have really good city building conversations with communities and we get to yes, but that does take time, and it certainly takes more than 90 days. And that's one of the problems. There's no timeout, there's no off-ramp in the legislation. The clock's running and we're on the clock. So we really have to work the process differently as best we can. And I think, obviously, if the concern gets significant enough, I would invite and have had discussions with the industry about going to the province to maybe make some changes to those rules.
Yes, and so you would agree that there's work to be done on the city's process to make it better and to not have boxes to tick off that are arbitrary themselves, and that there are things that the city can do to be more helpful. That being said, though, there are also moments during an iterative process where both the applicant and the city are working in good faith to arrive at a resolution, and that in fact it benefits both parties to be able to work well together to arrive there, rather than having things just blow up and the applicant going to the tribunal simply because neither party was able to have a timeout for a moment and just say, let's work this out. Is that a fair summary?
Through the chair, that's a fair summary. Even without Bill 109, we all know we need to make the process work better, and I'd be here in front of you with many of these ideas in any event. Some of them have been inspired by the legislation, clearly. But the point remains that let's say we're 140 days and we're getting to yes with the community, with the councillor, with the planners, with everyone on side. We'll probably continue to have those experiences, and I would hope that an applicant wouldn't come and ask for a refund. But we have to be very conservative about this and protect the city's interests around the timeline and the threat of refund. So that's why we're managing it the way we are.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, through the chair. The report mentioned that the provincial legislation does not actually contemplate concurrent zoning and site plan control applications, which has been common practice here in Toronto for a long time. Are there other municipalities here in the province that run that sort of application process where you're going through a ZBA and site plan concurrently?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. It's actually uncommon outside of the City of Toronto. I think it's largely a function of the complexity of our system that we have sought to do an iterative process between those two application types. Under Bill 109, most municipalities, if they had contemplated concurrent applications in the past, have moved away from that practice, but many municipalities across the province have never had a concurrent review process.
So no secret that Bill 109 has been, let's call it catalytic in transforming our business process here for application review. Has it been helpful to review site plan and zoning bylaw amendments concurrently? Are there challenges that come with that? Or does it effectively lead to faster application process when we stack them?
So through the chair, I think that there are pros and cons to any approach. And so what we know through our current practice is that we often, as the chief planner noted, look at two scales at once. Those two scales inform each other. Occasionally that provides us with more flexibility in our decision-making and leads to good city building outcomes. It also, as we know, produces an on average 3-year timeline for approval of the site plan application. And so what we're seeking to do here is be very clear about the scope of each application type so that we consider zoning matters at zoning in an effort to approve those application types within the legislated timeline so that applicants can move with certainty into the site plan application process, and we can consider site plan matters at site plan with an aim to approve within 60 days.
So we are 1,200 days on average to get through site plan, 3 years roughly.
Yeah, we're about 3 years.
Okay, let's go.
Because it's waiting.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pausing going on in that timeline.
And would that waiting be part of the iterative process of the back and forth?
Well, that may be some of it, but it's also because zoning bylaw hasn't been approved yet, and maybe it's gone to the OMB. So they filed both. So on paper, it looks like 3 years.
Right.
But in reality, there's a lot of downtime in that because somebody's waiting for an OLT decision, for example.
So how many days do we get for a zoning bylaw amendment?
Currently under the legislation?
Correct.
A standalone zoning bylaw amendment is 90 days to
90.
the decision of council.
And site plan?
Site plan is 60 days for staff to approve NOAC.
So 150 days. So combined. But they are separate processes now, and we're going to stack the front end, hopefully to have a more streamlined process. Talk me through, as an applicant, once I get my zoning bylaw amendment or whatever variances that are required to move into the stage gate of site plan, that's 60 days, start the clock. I undergo a ZAP, is it called a ZAP, a zoning applicable law certificate? I go down to the building counter and they issue that?
Yes, so through the chair, council, you're identifying one of the options that we have identified as meeting a way to meet the requirement. What I would say is we are very open to continued consultation with the industry on what that requirement is, what aspect of a zoning and applicable law review an applicant may have to meet in order to meet the requirement. But in general, what we want to understand is, does the in effect zoning support and permit the proposed site plan proposal? And what we would do is ask our zoning examiners in Toronto Building to do a thorough zoning review and produce a letter.
Okay. I'm going to have a motion to the effect of working with industry on the terms of reference, which I think is what you're alluding to here. But I'll save it for my comments, but those are the two separate processes. We're actually trying to clean that up so that we stop having the overlap and the conflation between site plan and zoning. And if you can stick it to those windows, theoretically, and then here's the question, theoretically, that would shave the 1,200 days down to something closer in the 150 ballpark. That's the objective for our new DCM here.
Yes, through the chair, councillor, theoretically, that is the legislated timeline. I think, we won't be perfect in the near term. We are aiming for a much more reasonable timeline that adheres to legislation as much as possible.
Thank you.
On this.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, we have 3 choices. You can ask your questions in less than 4 minutes. We can extend to let you complete your questions, or you can do your questions after lunch.
Ask my questions in 4 minutes.
Go.
Can you just go through some of the consultations you undertook with industry partners prior to implementing these rules or proposing these rules?
Sure, thank you, Councillor. So through the chair, we have actually had a long-term discussion with our industry partners beginning in about 2021 on all of the updates that we're making to the planning process, to development review. A lot of those discussions have occurred on an ongoing basis through the C2K program. We've been having related discussions on application requirements, like I said, since about 2021. For this particular official plan amendment, the consultation with BUILD began in May. We had a number of meetings with a small working group of Toronto chapter members, and we also had some discussion with lawyers as well, industry lawyers. And I believe we had 3 meetings in total specifically on this topic prior to advancing the OPA.
Thank you. And did you have any meetings with the Toronto Industry Network?
Not to my knowledge, no, Councillor.
Okay. Would it be possible, they have concerns of just about assessing the effects of these changes on industry partners, so industrial employers in the City of Toronto. Will that type of assessment on specifically on industrial employers be included in any report backs coming back assessing these changes?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I just want to confirm that I believe their concern relates to amendments to the site plan control exemption bylaw, not to the official plan amendment. We're more than amenable to that tracking. And we're happy. We're currently working with EDC, our partners in EDC, to continue to ensure that those exemptions are workable for those members.
Great. Thank you very much.
Look at you. Look at you. It's all that legal training, right? Okay, I'm going to recess the meeting until 1:30. Everyone have a good lunch. Give you a couple minutes to settle in and then we'll get going. Well, hello, Councillor Thompson. I see you online.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here for a moment, but I may come back in a little bit later. But regrettably, I have to do 3 things all at once. But I'm in tune to the meeting, and I'm here.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We were considering PH 6.2, which is the Bill 109 implementation phase 3. Members, we did have a deputant listed. He wasn't here when we were calling deputants. He has since connected to the meeting online, and with your permission, I'd like to give him a chance to make the deputation. Is that fair? All right. So Jeff Cattell. Jeff, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, Jeff. Welcome. So you've done this before. You've got 5 minutes. You can address the committee when you're ready.
Understood. Thank you very much, Councillor Perks. First, FONTRA. I'm co-chair with Kathy McDonald of FONTRA, who's on the agenda later, I think. FONTRA would like to acknowledge the tremendous city planning efforts to attempt to address and mitigate the challenges posed by implementation of the province's Bill 109. FONTRA continues to be concerned about the impacts of Bill 109 on the city's ability to ensure good planning and avoid those unfair financial penalties that if you don't meet the deadlines, the timeframes. FONTRA supports the proposal for sequential consideration, decision-making, and approval of development applications to support scoped review of zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control application types. We believe this is a necessary and reasonable process change to respond to Bill 109. A key aspect of responding to Bill 109 is the introduction of pre-application consultation with local communities and councillors. We strongly support this and recommend that the process for meaningful resident engagement be developed as soon as possible. We are concerned just on one thing, that based on the proposed timeline of Q2 2024 for reporting back on the proposed process for consultation, the committee will not receive a report or make a decision on community involvement in the planning process until almost 2 years from the initial changes to the site plan control process coming into effect. It also means another 3 rounds of 90-day approvals will have taken place, and likely dozens of approvals made without a clear process for resident or councillor feedback to be incorporated. As such, we recommend that the time frame for reporting back to you on the consultation be brought forward from Q2 2024 to Q1 2024, i.e. that recommendation 4 read, City Council directs Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning to undertake stakeholder and public consultation regarding pre-application consultation with local communities and councillors and report back to Planning and Housing by Q1 2024. That's it for me. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions for Jeff? No, I don't see any. Jeff, thanks so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Okay then, members. We had completed questions of staff, I believe, and we're now ready to move to speakers. I see Councillor Matlow first.
May I just confirm with the clerk that they have my motion and can display it? I didn't hear you. Okay.
They've just received it. Would it be convenient if Councillor Bradford went ahead? Okay. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, I have 2 motions here. Sorry, clerks. I know you're working on a couple things. Oh, yeah, they're good. Okay, very good. So first motion here sets out a mechanism for regular reporting to PHC on the continued improvement to our planning approval timelines as a result of the changes that we've made to date. This is similar to what we do with the Concept to Keys dashboard, but I think for our new DCM, this is important just to sort of track and follow along these changes as we work to expedite and shave that 3 years down to something closer to what is called for in Bill 109. The second motion is just to continue that conversation with industry that has been undertaken to date, but particularly as we work towards landing the terms of reference to implement the changes on the pre-application consultation in the weeks to come. And that is going to be an important component as we respond to the changes outlined in Bill 109 with these new timelines. It brings us into a new process here. I think the legislation has been catalytic in many respects and probably brought us into a new era around our approval process that was necessary to respond to the housing challenges in terms of supply that we need to deliver on, but also an important modernization steps that we've been reticent to take because I think it's just, frankly, for all of us as people, easier to continue with business as usual practices. Toronto, as we heard from our staff, is unique in that respect when we start talking about stacking some of the approvals with site plan control and zoning bylaw amendments or variances that might be required. While I've heard from the industry, and we all have, and there's a million pieces of correspondence on this file, I think we need to give this an opportunity to succeed. We need to give it an opportunity to work with applicants, to work with the industry and with our staff, because we're all interested in doing this a heck of a lot faster. And what I've heard from folks who are trying to build in this city and frankly, the staff who are processing the applications is the stacked site plan and zoning bylaw amendments, the iterative process that goes back and forth, the applications that come in half-baked, sorry, maybe that's the wrong term, applications that are incomplete or perhaps an 80% instead of 100%. We need to clean that up on the front end. And if we want to improve our circulation timelines, we can't keep going back and forth searching for complete applications or applications that are responding to the commentary from staff. That being said, on our end of the process and cleaning up our house, we have to be able to commit and hit these timelines that have been called for in the legislation, which I think is helpful, but actually also because we need to move forward with our applications in a reasonable amount of time. We're kind of jammed. One of the questions I didn't ask, but was considering is the policy around when an application can actually trigger a refund. So you could be over the 90 days on a zoning bylaw amendment. Maybe you're over by a couple weeks, maybe it's a couple months, whatever it is. You could have that zoning bylaw and amendment, and my understanding as the legislation is drafted, you could actually still trigger the refund. So I'm sure nobody out there would do that. But that's something that we have to be mindful of. So giving both applicants the best chance to succeed by ensuring that you have a tight pack and that your application is complete and is reflective of the feedback that you've gotten prior to submitting, and then holding our feet to the fire on making sure that we're turning that around with all of our divisional partners, all the different agencies and divisions that are commenting on these things, making sure that they are getting that done in a timely fashion. That's how we're going to start shaving the timelines down on these applications, because it's totally unacceptable to be where we are. We know where we've got to go, but it is going to require business transformation here at the City of Toronto. And with that, Michelle and Carly and Carrie and Greg and the whole team, and of course Jeg, our new DCM, who owns all of these problems and solutions, I'm grateful for your work and excited to see the forthcoming improvements. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions to the mover? Seeing none, Councillor Matlow's motion is ready. Councillor Matlow, your turn.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This motion is both to request that the province eliminate the amendments in Bill 109 to Section 114 of the City of Toronto Act that prescribes planning application fee refunds, and then also, to say it in summary, to explore ways to avoid that from happening in the first place. This was worked on with our city legal staff and planning staff, but just as importantly, in consultation with representatives of the very industry that the Ford government purported to want to serve as far as expediting our planning process. Now, there are two extremes I would submit to you. One is, and I've heard these grievances from members of the industry, and I think that they're reasonable, that there are things that we have in our process that sometimes seem arbitrary themselves. There's sometimes, they would describe it as boxes that need to get ticked off in the process that may not be contextual to their application, but they've got to go through the hoops to address those questions, even if they don't really pertain to their application. And time keeps going and time keeps going, and they don't have any shovels in the ground. And that is a very reasonable frustration that they've raised. But on the other end, we're often served well by a very healthy and reasonable iterative process when it comes to getting it right. As Councillor Bradford rightfully said, sometimes an application isn't quite ready. Sometimes there can be improvements, and I've heard from members of the development industry that often they benefit from an honest and professional conversation, both with communities, but with our planning staff, our professional planning staff, to get the right project. And by doing that, what industry reps will often tell us is that it actually saves them time, money, and gets shovels in the ground quicker because they don't end up at the Ontario Land Tribunal where there's a long queue and often a longer process that they need to go through. In other words, nobody wins when we end up at the tribunal. Nobody wins. So even though the Ford government announced this component of Bill 109, the tiered penalty system for Toronto, to be a way to expedite the process and get homes built, what we experience and what industry experiences that didn't actually help. In fact, if our staff in good conscience can't complete a final report that would have positive recommendations within an arbitrary deadline, they can't offer those positive recommendations. So in other words, if we reject something because we couldn't have got to the finish line together, it ends up at the tribunal. Again, nobody wins. I'll add another point. Even the developer, the applicant themselves, let's say we are almost at the finish line. We've almost arrived at that win-win place. And they even would want to say, listen, we'd love to press pause. We'd love to, we want this iterative process. We see the value in that. They don't have that opportunity either. In other words, nobody benefits from this. So I think our position is stronger when it's not just the City of Toronto going to the Ford government saying, we don't agree with something, but in fact, if we and many members of the development industry themselves agree on something and make that position known to the province, I think that our argument is stronger, our voice is stronger, and hopefully some progressive change will be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? No? Anyone else to speak? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just briefly, I do agree with the comments, but, you know, when we talk about having the applicant tick off all the boxes, which I agree with, but at the same time and getting, and as Councillor Bradford mentioned, everybody on the same page, I think what's really important is that we get the applicant and all city staff all together in a room and tell the applicant, and this is what we need, and you know, this is a timeline, so everybody's on the same page. And this way, I think we can move the process along more smoothly than, you know, speaking here, speaking there, you know, emails going back and forth. That's where the delays are. So if we all want to be on the same page, all staff have to be working together and giving the comments that's needed to the applicant and to the councillor all at the same time so we can move the process forward. And I think that, you know, speaking to Jack, I mean, I think we're all on the same page on that, you know. It has to be a partnership with all of us. We all have to be together on it. And this way we don't see the delays, you know, well, you know, I forgot to tell you we need this, or I forgot to tell you we need that, and going back and forth. And that's where all the delays are. And that's very costly as well, not only to the applicant, but to the city as well, in building housing that's very much needed in the city. So those are my comments.
All right. I think that's, did we lose Councillor Thompson? He was online. No? Okay, so we have a couple of motions. And the item, I'm going to suggest we just take them all as a package. I think they're all non-controversial. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, that carries. So that completes that item. Next, we have PH 6.3. Our Plan Toronto recommendations on the East Harbour Employment Area Conversion Request Final Report. We do have a deputant listed, Mariana Valverde. Mariana, are you with us? Yeah. Hi, Mariana. Come on up. Okay, settle in, and when you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Yes, well, I won't take the 5 minutes, in part because I'm not here to either speak in favor of the project or against it. I'm here to make more of a point about the transparency or lack of it of, well, of course, the MZO, which is not something that this committee can do anything about, but it has impacts on the community and also has impacts on how my neighbors, I mean, I live on Booth Avenue, just up the street from East Harbour, and my neighbors right now are too busy complaining about all the horrible noise and dust from the Metrolinx, sort of the way in which the chunk of Ontario line in our neighborhood is being built. So they're not here and they're not necessarily really interested in East Harbour, but they will soon. The main report that went to this committee that I read online did not mention whether the MZO that suddenly created 300,000 square meters of residential in a place that was formerly all employment lands. We don't know whether that MZO was something that the city asked for, and I was speaking with Greg Lintern at the break, and he said, oh no, the MZO just sort of came down from on high, as they sometimes do. But I would suggest, and this is mainly for the planning staff, that the average person who lives on my street doesn't always have a very clear sense of what's the city and what's the province. And all kinds of rumors have gone around about the MZO and the rezoning of East Harbour, and especially turning employment lands into residential. And of course, it's no fault of the city planning staff that for the last few weeks, everybody in the 416 and the 905 has been, you know, fascinated reading all the stories about the rezoning of the Greenbelt and how that sort of led to all kinds of excess profits and all kinds of sort of dirty backroom deals. And, you know, it's not the fault of city staff, it's not the fault of city councillors if those things have been going on. But I'm here to warn you that the average person who lives near East Harbour is going to get very suspicious as soon as they, as soon as they know that there's 300,000 square meters of residential in a place that for many, many years was employment lands. And I know that Councillor Fletcher, but also the film industry unions in my area, which are very strong, fought for a long time to preserve that as employment lands. And because of the Greenbelt scandal, which I know has nothing to do with anyone in this room, but as I'm saying, the average person doesn't always know the fine points of law and what's municipal and what is provincial. And so when people hear that if you rezone a parcel as residential, lots of money can be made, even if you never build a house on it, as we've been reading, there's going to be questions asked. And so I do think it would be really good for the city, whether it's staff or council, I don't know, to share more information. So the kind of thing that the chief planner was kindly telling me, which is that the MZO was not something that the city asked for. Well, I shouldn't have to wait to talk with him in person to know that. It should be public. And if the city does more to reveal what they know about MZOs, rezoning, and so on, I do think that'll be good for everyone, since after all, the provincial government is not exactly shining in its current popularity. So I think if the city does more to tell us what you know, then that would be so useful. And as I said, I mean, this is really just a warning that my neighbors are not yet exercised about East Harbour, but they will soon as we finish complaining about the fact that the Queen streetcar is not running on Queen Street, because we're very keen on transit. And unfortunately, Metrolinx has painted us as anti-transit NIMBYs, which is so not true, because as I said, we are total fans of the Queen streetcar. I mean, I live 5 minutes walking distance from the Queen streetcar, and I wish I could still use it. So we're in favor of transit, but people have been talking a lot about developer-oriented transit as what we really have. And we don't know if that's going on at East Harbour or not, but we should know what the city knows. And I think making cause with the neighbors instead of with the province would be a really good thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariana. Are there any questions for Mariana? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today, because this is a bit of a hot spot with everything going on there, including the closures. I mean, Queen and Yonge's closed, but we actually have full closures along Queen Street because of the Ontario Line stations. I'm hearing what you're saying is, if I got it right, that people are really now in Ontario anyway, probably in Toronto, really attuned to something called an MZO. And they realized that in some of these lands that were being taken out of the Greenbelt and other places, particularly the MZO in Duffins Creek, that once you take that out, and then with an MZO and it's to a particular developer, that the escalation, the revenues from those lands are escalated incredibly. So we know about the $8 billion from the Greenbelt. Are you suggesting that we should be a little more forensic when we have our reports and address some of those potential escalated costs or escalated revenues for the new owner by having an MZO? You'd like to know about the timing of the MZO. Was it, at what point, when was it sold from First Gulf to Cadillac Fairview? At what point was the MZO dropped on? And are you thinking that we should really be clear that there wasn't a hint of an MZO prior to the sale and the value uplift on the land?
Yes, I I think the information might be there in reports that I didn't have a chance to read, but certainly the main report that was attached to the agenda for this meeting did not say exactly when the MZO happened, and it didn't say when Cadillac Fairview bought the property from First Gulf, and it didn't say how much was the sale price. And as I said, I mean, this is not necessarily blaming city staff or anything, because maybe the report goes back, you know, a ways before the Greenbelt. But as you said, I mean, a few weeks ago, only urban law nerds like me actually knew what an MZO was, and now everybody and their cousin knows what it is, and they're suspicious of MZOs. So, you know, the province is not going to tell us anything, we know that. But the city could maintain and heighten its reputation for having more transparency by sharing what they do know at every possible opportunity.
So you're kind of, and I will ask for that, but if this land was sold without an MZO or sold with the hint of an MZO, that's kind of what you're suggesting here, because the value of it would be increased greatly, as we've learned in all of these provincial transactions.
Right, and it may be that nobody at the city has certain knowledge of whether Cadillac Fairview was lobbying the province for the MZO, but maybe somebody does know for sure. And if you don't know, it would be good to say, well, given what we know about the Greenbelt, maybe some people will be asking that question. And as I said, I wouldn't want the city, which has always been far more transparent with the residents than any of the provincial ministries or the overstaffed Crown agencies like Metrolinx. You know, so the city has always done a much better job with transparency. And I'm just here to say that I know the neighbors will be up in arms when they hear about the 300,000 square meters of residential, because they'll suspect all kinds of nasty things. And, you know, with good reason, because if you read the newspapers, you would suspect that.
You also, I think, you didn't mention it, but I know I've heard you speak about this before, about the hybrid model of the Gardner, and that indeed many people in the East End believe that it is there in order to accommodate this site, the East Harbour site, which at that time was owned by First Gulf and now is owned by Cadillac Fairview. Would you agree that a lot of people think that, wow, that's a pretty big project to change for one site?
Yes, and that is maybe at the level of rumor and suspicion, but it would be really good if the city, its transportation staff or the TTC or somebody has better knowledge to share that, so that we know if the rumors are true or not, because rumors can be really negative. And, you know, it's much better to give information, and I think the city has done a good job with that.
Thank you so much, Mariana. Okay, so that completes the list of deputants on the item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher?
Does anybody else have questions of the deputant?
No.
No? Thank you. Yes, I have some questions of staff. Thanks.
Go ahead.
So, and I don't know who's going to answer this one, but originally when you'd briefed me, this item should come together with the conversion request, and you've changed that now. The conversion request will be coming later. Is that correct?
Through the chair, this actually is the conversion request. The rest of the East Harbour package.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, through the chair. This is the conversion request report. Any other reports on East Harbour are not tracking to this cycle. That's what was, I'm looking at the staff who were briefing you, that's what you were advised.
I'm sorry, then I was in a different briefing.
Through the chair, I clarified, Councillor, with your staff that it's the TOC negotiations report for East Harbour that has been punted from this cycle. That's being pushed back.
So East Harbor, basically.
The East Harbour TOC
And
report.
you wanted those to be at the same time, and now they're subsequent to one another,
That is correct.
All right. Do you have any idea what the land value per acre currently for industrial lands in this area?
I don't have that information. I can get that for you from Economic Development if you'd like it.
Or HEO, we can have that for council to see if that $650 million sale was pre-MZO or post-MZO. I think the deputants asked a really good question as far as the value uplift in this land. And then the timing, I think she's asked another great question. What was the timing of that sale exactly, and when was the MZO? So we could look to see if they're, because now we're turning up the sheets and the covers and we're finding a lot of stuff under there, which could very much be a hint of an MZO here for that sale price, which was quite high. And then there is the Smart Track station that's part of this transit conglomerate there. And what was the initial cost that the city agreed to put in for Smart Track at this site?
I don't believe that was specified from the full funding envelope, and that will be further explained in the forthcoming TOC report.
I'm sorry, so it's not public information, but it is information.
No.
Pardon me?
Not broken out, I believe. James?
I believe it is.
The chair, that is correct. We've not published the station-by-station costs. It's been the investment in Smart Track, the 5 Smart Track stations overall, the 1.4.
There is a confidential report, correct?
That was updated in a confidential report to council. I'm pretty sure when the Smart Track funding report came through council back in May, June.
And what's the total amount of Smart Track funding?
$1.46 billion that the city is.
And you have broken that out by station in a confidential report, but you've not made that public, what it is.
We have not made the station-by-station costs public. That is correct.
Why is that?
For commercial reasons, in part because we're still working with Metrolinx on the design and the procurement of those, and didn't want to in any way impact the procurement of the construction contractors.
So, but on the other hand, we know that what was the percentage of escalation cost then that's projected for this site? Not the number, but the percentage.
I'm sorry, I don't have that. I would need to check with Transit Expansion Office. I know that the numbers have been increasing on a number of fronts related to all of the Smart Track stations.
So it could be double, it could be triple at this point, because that was not even at 30%.
It has not doubled or tripled. There have been a number of design iterations that we and Metrolinx have gone through to work to contain costs, but I don't have a percentage figure here.
But we do have that, so maybe at council I can get some of that information as well.
We can follow up with Transit Expansion.
And the deputants also asked about the hybrid model as being very much driven by First Gulf. Would you agree with that? When they came to this council, and said, look, you have to have a hybrid model here. You have to take if they're not taking the Gardner down, there needs to be a hybrid. Would you agree?
The hybrid part, sorry.
Was First Gulf here and tabled the hybrid model in 2013?
Through the chair, that is my understanding that First Gulf was a strong proponent of the hybrid model.
And had drawn it out and had their consultants actually draw the hybrid. Would you agree?
That is my understanding of how that happened, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just looking for the escalation costs, pre-MZO and MZO, cost per acre for industrial land, escalation costs for that Smart Track station, which I believe are at least double, but I don't know, and it's still confidential, public doesn't know. And still need to know why the TOC report and this one aren't together. So this will all go to council, and I'm sure a lot of those questions can be answered there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any members of the committee who have questions on this item? No? Councillor Fletcher, do you wish to speak on the item? No? Does anyone?
Yeah,
wish
no,
to?
I'll speak on this item.
Okay.
I'll speak on this item and say I really want to thank Professor Valverde for coming here today, because my community's been very involved in all of these things. This is, I'll just call it kind of a sleeper one, because as she has indicated, all of the Ontario line construction, as you all know, because you've heard from deputants previously, that it all had to go above ground on the same track as the GO line. So instead of 3 tracks of noisy trains, there are 6. They'll be every 45 seconds. That is the commitment from the government. They'll also be driverless, by the way, just to let you know that maybe that isn't the best idea. But all of these stations and the rip up of the streets, and everything started, but East Harbor's a bit of a sleeper. But with this deputant, what she has raised is that what's not a sleeper anymore are MZOs. That everybody in this province, everybody in this city, all politicians understand, wow, those are pretty powerful things. How are you using them? What's the result of using them? What's the benefit to developers of using them? Where's the transparency in using them? And they aren't ours, but I agree with the deputant that it's incumbent and helpful for the city to be able to lay some of this information out, because you have the dates and other things. So I think everybody here knows where I'm going with that. I'm going to want to see augmented information in this report. As well, I think, is the value uplift for using the hybrid model compared to maintaining the Gardner. There would be a tremendous value uplift for this piece of property because it was there and it would have been landlocked. And the value uplift for removing the tracks, which HousingTO removed all of the Keating Channel tracks. There's a value uplift for that land as well. So we have uplifted this piece of land an awful lot through the city. And the province, of course, has uplifted it tremendously with its MZO around changing our employment status to housing. And an addendum, of course, is that there is very small percentage of affordable housing here, almost nothing in a transit-oriented community. So I'm actually, and I apologize for getting those mixed up, but I certainly remember staff sitting in my office and being so clear that these two things had to come together. We couldn't space them out. They had to be together. The OPA, the conversion, and the TOC, it was really important that they were together at committee, not subsequent. And now here we are, they're subsequent. So I had wanted them subsequent, but now I think I want them together. So I'll make up my mind between now and council, especially when I think there'll be other information that will be required here, including all of these questions about value. And I'm not sure city staff are able to do that, but I know HousingTO staff are, because they deal with this all the time. And value uplift is something maybe economic development can determine, because we've done studies of that nature before to look at how we treat land, what the value uplift is. So those are my remarks, and I think everybody hears directly the direction that I'm going in a number of things: station, hybrid, Gardner, value uplift, housing, all of our commitments here, which include a new road, which include a lot of permissions. And it's a kind of a little quiet spot that nobody's watching. But why I want to thank the deputant is because she's taken one of those big lights that they use at sea to find ships that are missing and just shone it right there on East Harbour. And this will just be the beginning of that light. We will keep it there until we get this information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for illuminating that. Are there any other speakers on the item? No? Okay, seeing none, I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, that takes us to PH 6.4, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, major street study proposals report. Members, there is a presentation available on this. I'm in your hands as to whether You want staff to make the presentation. Does anyone need to see the, Councillor Matlow? Councillor Matlow, I need your opinion on something. Do you need to see the staff presentation on this item? No? Anybody? No? Okay, you guys stay in your seats. We'll just go directly to deputations. Well, if you're leaving, you can leave. That's fine. We'll just go straight to deputations then. The first deputant I have listed is Phil Pothen. Phil, are you online? Yeah? Phil, can you hear me?
Yes, I think I can hear you. I hope you can hear me.
I certainly can. Phil, get going.
Hello, councillors. I'm Council and Ontario Environment Program Manager for the nonprofit environmental NGO Environmental Defence. As you'll know from my previous attendance at this committee, I lead Environmental Defence's policy development and advocacy around land use planning, smart growth, sustainable housing, and the protection of farmland and habitat in Ontario. Environmental Defence is strongly in support of permitting small-scale mid-rise apartment buildings on lots that are currently limited to less efficient housing types that make it harder to add more homes. This initiative to allow small-scale apartment buildings up to 6 stories and 30 units on properties that are located on portions of major streets that are in the neighborhood designation has a potential to be a very useful step in that direction. So if you have seen a lawn sign that says hands off the Greenbelt or Save Ontario's Farms, Forests and Wetlands, those are campaigns that are coordinated from my desk. Those signs are all originally stacked on shelves next to my desks. And the Stop 413 campaign that used to be led by Sarah Buchanan is also on my desk now. And my sister teams, the climate and clean transportation teams, are the experts on what Canadian municipalities must do to end car dependency and deliver the greenhouse gas reductions we need to prevent runaway climate change. So it seems like we've won for now on our hands off the Greenbelt component of our campaign, but they were just the most visible part of a much wider push to direct population growth away from Toronto in particular and existing neighborhoods in general, where people want to live, and into farms, forests, and wetlands in the rural GTHA. The government's plan includes massive boundary expansions in other regions of the GTHA, sprawl MZOs, which Professor Valverde touched on. And here's the key point and the link to this proposal. At the conceptual level and in practice, the success of our campaign and the halting of sprawl depends on ensuring and demonstrating to the public that it is faster, cheaper, and easier, right from conception to occupation, to build 1,000 square foot, zero parking family home on single detached streets inside Toronto, in our existing inner suburbs, than it is to build them in a greenfield sprawl subdivision from scratch. We have to demonstrate, secondly, that kids living in those apartments, staying in Toronto, gives families and kids the same low car traffic walk to school or parks that people associate, if only in their imaginations, with low-rise residential streets. And thirdly, Toronto has to demonstrate that over the next 30 years, it really can and will add roughly 450,000 near-zero parking family-sized apartments and other compact homes within the neighborhood designation of our official plan. Pursuing this initiative, allowing apartments inside of neighborhoods of up to 6 stories, is vital to making that happen. We support the increased height within neighborhoods, but we suggest that in some cases it should be extended beyond major streets. We strongly support the proposal to permit lot assembly on major streets, and we strongly support the shift away from floor space index to form-based controls on apartment buildings. But we do have some concerns about the recommended changes to the report and the bylaw. Firstly, both the bylaw and the OP amendment should include a prohibition on net new parking spaces on lots redeveloped as apartments, unless those except as required for disability accommodation. The problems that surface parking creates for vegetation and runoff and water supplies are obvious, but the problems of concrete underground parking garages are also very serious. From our point of view, the only reasonable arguments in favor of limiting these buildings to 6 stories for the time being is that 6 stories is the greatest height that can be built legally with wood frame construction. And wood frame construction is cheaper and faster, and it doesn't compete for construction with higher density construction. But that benefit is lost if these buildings are allowed to include underground parking. Then you're back to concrete construction. And secondly, we should not be allowing parking in these new buildings beyond what's needed for accommodation, because key part of this initiative, the value of it, is to provide access to family housing on low car traffic residential streets inside the city of Toronto.
Phil, I'm going to have to ask you to stop there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there
Thank
any
you.
members who have questions for Phil? No, seeing none. Phil, once again, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. The next deputant I have listed is Diana Fancher. Hi, Diana. Come on up. Nice to see you again.
Here about Annette Street. And while there's a good case to be made for taking Annette Street off the major street list on general all-purpose grounds, specifically, I'm here on behalf of the West Toronto Junction Historical Society and the Junction Heritage District Board, which seek to exempt both sides of Annette Street from Dundas West to Runnymede from the bylaw and from the legislation on the grounds that it's part of our proposed West Toronto Junction Heritage District. The Historical Society signaled interest in promoting a heritage district in this area as early as the 1980s. We've hired summer students to work on a database of heritage properties in the area. And the Heritage District Board has been working towards the same goal for at least 10 years. They commissioned a study by Toronto Municipal Metropolitan University in 2017. And together we've been successful in having the city commit to a Heritage District study of the Junction Business District along Dundas West beginning this fall as phase 1. The rest of the proposed district, including Annette, would be phase 2. Annette Street as a whole is predominantly 3 stories in height, other than the condo development at the rear of High Park United Church. In our proposed Heritage District, there are at least 75% of buildings, probably more of architectural or historical interest. Several of the larger historic homes have been divided into apartments or adapted as group homes or daycares. Townhouses, old and new, some dating from the 1890s, are already a feature of housing along the street, and neither side of the street, Dundas to Runnymede, has a black lane. So we will be consulting with planning staff and Councillor Perks throughout the planning process, but we want to get in our concern early for the impact of this legislation on Annette Street and let you know that we want out.
Are those your remarks?
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. So just a quick question. So you're aware this is telling staff to go do consultation.
Yeah,
you're
we
trying
want to
get here early?
start right here, right now, just to make sure you know what our opinion is.
Okay, great. I've heard it.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for the deputy? Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much, Diana. That takes us to our next deputation, Sue Chen. Sue, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Hi, everyone. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Sue, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, everyone. My name is Sue Chen. I am a planner and a lawyer, and I'm here deputing on behalf of 10 Block, a local sustainable housing developer. Firstly, I'd like to thank councillors and city staff for their hard work making much needed updates to the planning framework for our large and diverse city. This initiative represents a welcome, holistic review of the ways in which our existing planning framework restricts the housing options that are provided to everyone who lives in our city, particularly in light of the multifaceted housing crisis that many of the speakers today have already discussed, and the city's ongoing efforts to streamline the development process and enable faster development of quality housing that functions for our residents. In many ways, the official plan, as it currently stands, does not support us in doing this. It instead takes a heritage planning approach to the entire city. It prioritizes retaining and reinforcing existing scales of development above all else, often not leaving any room for innovation, artistry, or evolution, even as our city continues to grow and our city's population continues to grow. This is particularly the case when it comes to our lands that are currently designated neighborhoods. When 1/3 of our city is currently designated neighborhoods, this is not a viable path forward. To that end, I would make a certain number of suggestions in addition to the amazing work that city staff has already done. Firstly, it appears that the major street study is increasingly converging with the review of the mid-rise building performance standards, but I see in the study an attempt to continue to keep these two initiatives separate. I would ask the city to reconsider this approach and consider whether it makes sense in light of the city and the province's housing needs to artificially maintain 1/3 of our city as sub-mid-rise buildings. Secondly, it appears that in the spirit of keeping the major street study separate from the mid-rise building performance standards review, the city has arrived at a 6-story cap for all of the relevant lands. The city and the province's housing needs and planning goals likely require that more than 6 stories in many of the lands are built along major streets throughout our city. I would ask the city to consider whether it still makes sense in light of the city and the province's housing needs to maintain that hard 6-story cap. Thirdly, and similarly, the city appears to have arrived at a 30-unit cap. There may be situations where the context means that more than 30 units can and should be built. I would therefore ask the city to consider whether it makes sense in light of our housing needs to maintain that hard unit cap across all major streets, neighborhood lands. Lastly, the city appears to be requiring that setbacks be consistent with existing neighborhood setbacks. In many cases, this will mean that to achieve functional massing and meet financial feasibility, particularly in our current interest rate and construction cost environment, builders will still not be able to build missing middle projects as of right. I would therefore ask the city to reconsider requiring that setbacks be consistent with existing neighborhood setbacks. I wanted to keep my deputation relatively high level, but a more detailed letter will follow to the city clerk. Of course, I'm happy to circulate that directly to committee members as well, if any are interested. I thank the committee and city staff for their attention to this matter and for hearing my remarks. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sue. Are there any questions for Sue? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have listed Damien Moule. Damien? Damien, can you hear me?
Everyone, can you hear me okay?
You're a little muddy, Damien. I'm not sure what's going on there.
I'll just try holding.
Much better. Okay, Damien, go ahead.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Damien Moule. I'm a volunteer with More Neighbours. Just wanted to start off by thanking staff for their efforts on this report. More Neighbours supports the continued progress on this item. We applaud staff for allowing lot assembly and for favoring form-based measures. We'd like staff to continue with their priority on this item, and we hope to maintain the original Q4 schedule for a final report on this item that was outlined in the Housing Action Plan work plan from this past spring. I'd also like to encourage staff to be bold and apply some of the lessons learned from our avenues and mid-rise policies. I hope we can agree that avenues have not produced the outcomes we would have liked. In the mid-rise buildings rear transition performance standards review from May of this past year, the city noted that only 136 mid-rise buildings have been built since 2010. So that's 10 a year. And according to the CMHC, during that same time, the rent in Toronto increased by more than 50%. The PHC is also going to be spending most of its time in the next year and hundreds or maybe thousands of hours of staff time reworking those same avenues and mid-rise policies, guidelines, and zoning to make avenues more permissive. So I hope we take the lessons from that and don't make the same mistakes on major streets policies, and that we make sure that the major streets policies are permissive enough for new buildings to actually get built. Given that there are thousands of people in our community who are unhoused and tens of thousands more who are leaving the city every year to find places that are more affordable, I think we should be terrified that we are building too little and not worried that we are building too much. With that being said, I have some suggestions as well. They do align fairly closely with what Sue was just saying. So first item, we would propose that the unit maximum of 30 for apartment buildings be removed. We already have requirements for building length, depth, height, and setbacks. So that already provides a form-based standard for apartments, which kind of makes the 30 unit cap a little bit redundant. Next, I'd ask staff to please consider raising the height limit above 19 meters or 6 stories. As noted in the major streets study, 70% of the roads have a right, being considered have a right of way that's 27 meters or greater. Under our mid-rise guidelines, we would normally recommend a height limit equal to the width of the right of way. I would say we should do that here as well if we want to see these things actually built. And I'll just finish off by saying last week, Mayor Chow noted that we, as the city, have a responsibility for preserving the Greenbelt as well, and we can do that by allowing more development in the city of Toronto. She called for a building boom in the city, so I would say let's make sure it happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Damien. Are there any questions for Damien? Damien, and I just feel it's incumbent on me to say, what we're actually deciding here today is to go and consult on this. So thank you for that feedback. I assume you want us to go and consult on this?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I hope you attend the consultations and share those views then. Okay, thank you.
I will be at the downtown consultation. Thank you, Chair Parks.
Looking forward to it. That's it for Damien. Next, I have Kathy McDonald. Kathy, are you with us?
Yes, I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Okay, Kathy, you're no stranger to how this goes. You've got 5 minutes and start when you're ready.
Thank you. FONTRA certainly supports the intensification of the major streets, and we're looking forward to the upcoming consultations. This initiative is probably the most important part of the EHON program. But we also believe that the rules for intensification should be carefully considered and not be a blank check. Not all locations are appropriate to the same levels of intensification. We've submitted a letter, but today I'm going to focus on the consultation process and the priority issues to be addressed. First, the consultation format. Consultation sessions should be held in person where possible, as this promotes better discussion. On-site meetings can also be helpful. Special consultation with affected neighbors re the form of development on reverse lots will be important because of how that will affect them, and they may not be attending the regular meetings, how to make this happen. The use of photos and drawings to show what the impacts are of the proposals in context, in the different context, is important, and as well as showing what possible alternatives there can be. First in the consultation process should be the findings of the major street study and analysis, as this forms the basis of the proposals, what works and what's missing. Also, we request comments on the accuracy of the major streets map, which is attached to the report. In my Deer Park neighborhood, what's shown as a major street keeps changing. There's errors, and the current one appears to show Avenue Road running straight through the Upper Canada College lands rather than around Oriole Parkway that runs around it. So priority issues to be discussed. Sustainability is now being increasingly the top of priority list for consideration. So how to incorporate sustainability objectives in this initiative, such as ensuring that there is green space permitted and trees are protected, what works and what doesn't. Second, why use road width as a determinant for for height? Some roads are excessively wide, much wider than needed for the traffic that use it. So consider reducing the paved area and replace it with a green boulevard and trees, or use the paved area for parking instead of paving backyards. Then how do the proposed height setbacks and lot depth requirements affect adjacent house form neighbors, privacy and shadowing? Again, the low-rise neighborhoods have the trees and green space that are essential in protecting our city from climate change. We've read recently that Paris is the hottest city in the world. It does not have these things. We also note that the permitted densities in low-rise neighborhoods have been increased, and to help with the EHON initiative. And those are my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any questions for Kathy? No? Kathy, thanks so much for joining us today. That completes the list of deputations I have. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata?
Okay, just one question to staff. So in the report, it's got the dates of these consultation meetings, starting October 12th, Scarborough, and then City Hall, Etobicoke, North York. So those are the dates of the consultation meetings. I mean, it's like that's 2 weeks away, 3 weeks away. So how is the staff going to be working with the councillor's office and who we can reach out to send out the notices for these consultation meetings?
So through the chair, we will be advertising the consultation meetings on the city's website. We will be sending out notifications to people who have told us that they are interested parties. We have quite a list, and we're including everyone that's provided interested parties.
Okay, I can even hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
So we will be advertising the opportunities to participate in consultation on the city's webpage. We'll be taking out a newspaper ad. We're sending out notices to interested parties that have been collected for the entire EHON initiative. We've also been working with, through the briefings of the councillors' offices, to encourage councillors to put information about these opportunities in newsletters, and we're open to other types of, and as well as social media. My apologies.
So you're going to work through the council, but I mean, the first consultation meeting is in 2 weeks. So I mean, is there time to send out to work with the councilor's office and work with all?
We will also
the residents association. I mean, it's the timeline. I don't know. I mean,
through the chair, we'll also be sending out social media blasts. We have already uploaded all of those sessions onto the city planning webpage for the events for consultation events, and that's already been uploaded. We've had inquiries already about these events from folks who've noticed it on the webpage.
And when you say stakeholders, like which stakeholder? You're talking about
Chair, we have an extensive,
residents?
interested parties list, as well as reaching out to the residents associations, all of these folks that are already expressed interest and are part of our list for outreach on the consultation initiatives. We're also open to meeting with folks if they just want to request an opportunity to sit down with us, and we can meet with groups who might want to have a separate meeting.
What's also important to understand is that the 4 meetings that are summarized there are district-wide meetings, so one in each of the 4 districts.
Right.
So they cover broad geographies. Once we have that feedback, we might find that we need to do a targeted consultations with specific communities, and we would certainly be working with councillors on those follow-up consultations if we find that they're needed, and they may well be needed.
And then you work through the counselor's office for that?
Absolutely.
To make arrangements? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
As a follow-up to Councillor Nunziata's question, are you sending something like directly? Do you have an email list of all the resident associations for every affected area? And will you be advising them and working with them on consulting with them and their members?
Yes, through the chair, yes, we will be. We have that list, and
Okay.
we will be reaching out to them specifically.
And to Kathy McDonald's question about in-person meetings, what is your plan to ensure that there are?
So through the chair, there are 4 in-person meetings, 1 in each civic center in each of the community planning districts. And then we're also holding 2 webinars on the 25th, 1 in the afternoon and 1 in the evening, that are open citywide, and people can also participate in those.
And if like a community association or, a neighborhood group or residents group wanted to hold a meeting, like would you work with them to do something like that too?
Through the chair, absolutely. We're open to that.
Okay. And if there are changes that need to be made, or, perhaps the feedback comes in and there can be improvements to the plan, are you open to that? Like, would you describe this as a fait accompli and you're going to go talk with people, or are you open to making changes if there's reasonable feedback that you agree would improve the plan?
Through the chair, absolutely. One of the reasons we wanted to have both the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments available for the proposals report is so that we could have an opportunity to discuss what is being proposed and respond to the input and comments that we receive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks through you, Mr. Chair. Can you just walk me through some of the early thinking on, or the rationale behind placing a cap on the number of units permitted within the apartment building?
Through the chair, Councillor, we are working to balance the opportunity to expand the building types that could be built in neighborhoods along the major streets, while also being sensitive to the size of the lots, which can sometimes be a bit tight for accommodating loading spaces that might otherwise be required at unit counts above 30 units. We're trying to establish a baseline as-of-right set of permissions, and then if someone has a site where something larger might be appropriate, there are opportunities to either come in for a zoning bylaw amendment or to go through a minor variance process to potentially have more units.
Could you walk me through the thinking on the recommendation of only permitting as of right up to 6 stories?
Through the chair, Councillor, we have been, again, looking to be respectful of and responsive to the neighborhood context, while also exploring what might be possible in a slightly larger small-scale apartment format. And, looking at the scale of what has been built out, as well as some of the built-out widths of some of the major streets in some of these areas, wanted to maintain that sense of sensitivity to what is on the ground, while also looking at something that would be of sufficient height to be able to accommodate and flex to permit a wide range, relatively small, but still wide range of heights and dwelling units that might be achievable across the neighborhoods along major streets.
Okay. So when you talk about, I think you just indicated we want to make sure that there are a wide range of options for people to be able to bring these forms to market. Those are my words, not your words. But you talked about the flexibility there. So we've capped it at 6 stories as a starting point here. We've also capped it on the number of units. My understanding is we had done some financial feasibility analysis work here. Could you kind of talk us through some of the findings of that report? And would it be your view or opinion that what we're bringing forward today would actually be financially viable in today's market and context?
So through the chair, we've had very preliminary findings back from our financial feasibility analysis, which have shown that to varying degrees in all of the planning districts of the city, that both of these built forms will pencil out, some more favorably than others, depending on where you are in the city. But as well as there will be changes depending on the degree of affordability being sought or the amount of rental stock that might be sought per building type. So there is a range that's being sorted out. But this analysis is not currently complete, as there's been enough changes at senior government levels on funding and other alterations to say, removal of the GST from, say, purpose-built rental, that we are holding the finalization of the analysis until some of the other things that have been discussed at the senior government level are more finalized. But generally, there has not been an area of the city where a small-scale version of these built forms wouldn't pencil out, as are currently being proposed.
Okay, so you indicated it's very preliminary, that work. What additional work needs to be done before I would describe it as a thorough financial viability assessment?
Through the chair, in the last week or two, there have been several announcements from both the federal government and some hints by the provincial government of some potential changes to, say, taxes that might be otherwise be collected, especially for purpose-built rental, or the new funding that was announced by the federal government in the last couple of days for purpose-built rental that have not been finalized. And we'd like to ensure that we have current information as we head towards the final report that encompasses the changes that are coming at that level as well.
Is there anything else beyond that, though, like the different programs, the GST, hopefully matched up with the HST, perhaps different financing scenarios if that money becomes available? But in terms of viability, when we look at unit counts, when we look at heights, when we look at setbacks, what level of analysis has been done to understand how that stuff, the stuff that we control here at the city, impacts the viability of these projects?
Through the chair, the fees and charges that the city could waive have been put into the financial feasibility analysis. And we have been looking at different rates of purpose-built rental being required in both of the built forms, as well as different degrees of affordability that may or may not be able to be achieved. And that's the piece that we'd like to get right once some of the announcements from senior government are finalized and more clear, so that they can be part of the analysis that comes forward.
I'm less interested in the fees. I'm more interested in the built form piece.
Yeah, I think I just supplement that our experience with the consultation on multiplex included discussions on financial feasibility and challenges of the work that we had done thus far. And I think that will be on an ongoing basis part of the discussion, because we of course want to propose a zoning that has a relatively high degree of confidence around financial feasibility. So that was the recipe for multiplex, and we will be aiming for the same outcome here as much as possible.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. Just to follow up on the questions by Councillor Bradford, and I appreciate the comments about the recent decisions with respect to taxes and so on, but I wanted to understand, in terms of consulting with the industry, is that part of the work that you did in order to arrive at the, obviously, the responses to the questions that you've given to Councillor Bradford? And let me just add before you respond to the question, because I look at things like the interest rates, land costs, labor cost, material cost, and so on and so forth, which is all instrumental and certainly valid with respect to its application to the cost of any type of development. Is that part of the work that you have incorporated?
Through the chair, we worked with staff in the Toronto East York District who were receiving applications for very similar built forms. And as part of sitting down with the folks who are doing the financial feasibility analysis, we wanted to work from applications that, at least according to the applicants, were penciling out for their interests. And so those formed the basis of the modeling that was then used in different parts of the city. So we were working from developer-derived designs. We also ran through a large list of assumptions, including number of lots that would be required for assembly in different parts of the city. They have maintained a 2-lot assembly as the foundation everywhere across the city, just to start at a common place of comparison.
Mm-hmm.
And then those, from that starting point, have been analyzing the costs and using a full pro forma analysis. And that will be coming forward as soon as we're able to get it completed. So it is based on industry numbers, industry-based design, on a consistent set of lot assembly values across the city, so that we're getting some reasonable numbers.
Gotcha. And then your 6 stories and 30 units in a dwelling, how was that arrived at? I know you may have
Through the
already said
chair,
it.
they are modeling townhouse development, stacked townhouse development, as well as 30-unit 6-story development in that same set of lot assembly and assumptions in the 3, so in Etobicoke, North York, and Scarborough planning districts.
Right. Now, through your responses to the question by Councillor Nunziata and maybe others about communication and so on, obviously, these are fundamental changes that we're going through, and you know, many residents are still of the opinion that we have single-family residential dwelling, and you can't build in their areas anymore, which is obviously not the case as such in the strict sense of it, right? In the sense that we're able to build in areas. We have an area in my ward right now where we're doing some major development, and people are very worried about what is being proposed and supported by staff. And when you talk to them about the changes that they've made, they've said, well, I didn't know, wasn't aware, and we have provided information, staff have provided information, there's consultation and so on. So my question is, what more can we do to find ways to promote the changes that we're bringing forward so people understand what's taking place? So in my area, for example, and across the city, Metroland no longer exists. They won't be publishing the Mirror newspaper and so on, so people don't get their news. Libraries are an area, community centers and so on, but I didn't hear any of those places as places to put information and so on. Is that part of your consideration?
Through the chair, we will explore additional opportunities to get the word out. We will be working very closely with folks in digital communication to be getting some social media blasts out, to be working from those lenses, as well as I mentioned before, taking out a newspaper ad and trying to make sure that all of the information that is part of the consultation will also be available on the city's webpage. We're going to have a survey launched very shortly that will continue into November that people can fill out, and all of the information that will be part of the consultation will be available online, so that if people are unable to attend any of the 6 sessions that are currently planned specifically for the public, that they'll be able to have the same information and the same opportunity to provide input through the webpage, as well as our information is available on the webpage, and people can reach out, and they have been already. And we will be working with folks to be, having meetings wherever possible.
Super. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anyone else with questions? No? Seeing none? I won't ask you a bunch of questions about the theory of rents. We'll do that another day. Okay. Does anyone wish to speak to this item? Councillor Nunziata is moving the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks very much to staff on that one and to all the deputants. That takes us to PH 6.6, the Toronto Local Appeal Body Chairs 2022 Annual Report and New Arrangement for Legal Support. We have a deputant. Pardon me? Oh, sorry, I missed 5. I'm sorry. I was looking at. Yeah, why don't we do 5 then? 6.5. And I appreciate your help and getting someone with your experience and knowledge in the committee to help me through is a real benefit.
Speaker's prerogative.
On item PH 6.5, Councillor Thompson, you held it?
Yes, I did. And just a quick question for Mr. Lintern. Mr. Linter, I understand the mechanics of the report, the information that's here. Can you just explain to me as it relates, you did explain earlier on about the 133 acres and so on, but there's an issue with respect to the, I believe it's the signage that's still posted as part of this site in Ajax. Can you explain that to me, please?
Yes, through the chair, the minister in September indicated that they would, through a posting on the Environmental Registry of Ontario, which is their public posting page, indicated that they would be returning 133 acres in the town of Ajax back into the Greenbelt plan area. And they posted that change to a previous piece of legislation that took the lands out, said we're putting it back, and put it out for a public comment period. And we therefore produced this report in order to comment that we supported the province putting those lands back in the Greenbelt. And so it's here because we're in the middle of that commenting period. That posting is still up. And this gets the comment out and gets us back to the province with our comment while it's still up on the board.
Right, so on one hand, the posting is the big issue because I'm happy that the 133 acres have been put back into the Greenbelt, but the posting is still an issue. So my comments earlier would be like, let's thank them for what they've done because we're happy that they've done that, but we're uncertain with respect to the posting because that's still up. And that's an issue.
The posting is still up, and we're taking advantage of the posting period by putting our comments forward.
But based on the fact that the post is still up?
Yes.
Fantastic. Mr. Chair, that helps to clarify that information for me.
Would you like to move the report?
Yes.
All right. All those in
Thank
favor, opposed, if any, that carries. Now we will go to item 6. My apologies, guys. I'm working off 2 different sheets, and I was looking at the list of deputies. Okay. So PH 6.6, the Toronto Local Appeal Body, Chair's 2020 Annual Report and new arrangement for legal support. We have a deputant, Dino Lombardi. Dino, can you hear my voice? Dino, try again.
Can you hear me?
There you are. Welcome, and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dino Lombardi, and I'm the chair of the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or TLAB for short, and I'm the author of the annual report that's before you today. For the record, I've been the chair since 2020. I've been a member of the TLAB since 2017, and I've also been a former vice chair of the TLAB. I'll try to be very brief today, given that the chair's 2022 annual report, which is before you, is in my opinion rather straightforward. I will note, though, for the committee that the chair's annual report puts forward 5 recommendations at the end of the report, which I respectfully ask that the committee consider and recommend to City Council for adoption. You'll also have before you a report for action that's prepared by city staff dated September 14th, 2023, which accompanies the TLAB chair's annual report. That report for action puts forward 1 recommendation for consideration. With regard to that recommendation, it is important for this committee to remember that the Toronto Local Appeal Body was constituted as an independent quasi-judicial tribunal and was established to have an arm's length relationship with the City of Toronto. Having said that, I offer 1 comment, if I may. It is my opinion that both the optics of assigning the city solicitor responsibility for the provision of legal services to the TLAB and actually assigning the provision responsibilities could be seen as a rather problematic situation, given that the city often finds itself before the TLAB in appeal matters as either an applicant, an appellant, or a party. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I am more than happy to answer any questions from committee members regarding the chair's 2022 annual report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much. Dino, both for your service to the city, to the public, and also for your deputation here today. Are there any questions of staff?
Thank you.
Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just questions, staff. I guess it would be to our legal staff. Do we have legal in the house? Oh. Hi, sorry. Okay, so in your report, I'm just reading page 404, is that you're recommending a net new position with legal services. Is that the case? And the $271,000 per year?
So, sorry, I don't have the report in front, but I believe, yes, the idea is that what was originally originally the T-Lab was set up, and we recommended that a outside law firm be hired to provide legal advice because, as you know, members of city legal team attend at the T-Lab. So we wanted to have that arm's length, and they created, so that outside counsel helped set up the rules and helped answer legal questions about procedures and whatnot in the first few years of the T-Lab operating. The idea now would be that it would come internal to the city legal. My group, the planning law group, we would have nothing to do with that. It would be a position in the municipal law group. We would put up a wall between us to make sure that there's still that distance because we're the lawyers that attend. But it would be an in-house legal position to answer any questions.
Okay, so
that would be as opposed.
So we are adding.
Yes, as opposed to going outside to a law firm to run this. It would be more efficient and effective to have it as an in-house position.
So has this position, have you already hired this position, or is it something that you're bringing forward through your budget?
I believe it'll be something coming through the budget, but I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry, because again, I'm trying to keep some distance because I'm the planning law director, and it would be.
I'm just going by the report that we
yeah,
have
so exactly, but
today. So I'm just asking questions on what we have before us. So
right, but the idea is it would be a significant cost savings to the city to actually have a internal position as opposed to hiring an outside law firm.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
So when we get motions at council to attend a T-Lab hearing, and sometimes councillors will put in their motions to hire an outside staff and legal staff. Would that still be, is this part of this, or that would be separate?
Oh, no, yeah. So when you put motion forward to say, please have, we need to have outside, it isn't legal staff, it's outside planning consultants.
Well, it's sometimes even legal too.
Only if there's a conflict. It's pretty rare. But this is completely separate from that. You would still be able to do that.
Okay, so then you'll be bringing that forward during the budget process. I'm just questioning it because it's part of the report we have before us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions on this that I think will help clarify. So in the current budget for the T-Lab, there is a line that is for outside legal expertise. Is that correct, Mr. Sharma? Or I don't know who, Mr. Lintern?
Through the chair, I believe that is correct.
Through the chair, correct?
Aha, someone who knows the answer. I'm sorry, could you introduce yourself?
I'm sorry?
Introduce yourself.
My name's Diane Cassius. I'm the Director for Court Services.
Thank you very much. So that budget already exists, already approved. What the effect of this motion will be is to have those legal costs, instead of taking that line and spending it on outside counsel, we will take a portion of that line and spend it on inside counsel. In fact, the cost of doing it inside will be lower than the costs we have been experiencing going to outside counsel.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that's helpful. And just one other matter. There was a mention in Mr. Lombardi's report, at the end of Mr. Lombardi's deputation, that there might be a perception of a conflict. My understanding is that the Law Society has a set of rules for when a law firm has people in different roles and how you keep them apart.
That's correct, and we're very familiar with those.
And you will be following those rules in this instance?
Of course.
Okay. I think that clears everything up. Are there any other questions? Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, I'm just trying to, for anyone who was listening and may not understand the nuances, I thought that would be helpful. Are there any other questions of staff? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? No, I'll just move it then. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Members, that completes our agenda.
Well done on your first.
Wow, well, it's because of the talent I'm working with in this room. All right, everybody, have a great afternoon. Talk to you later.